worried, Daniel. That decoy wagon should have been here by now.
Maybe none of the wagons got through the British lines.
And you think it's true what they're saying? That Philadelphia is completely surrounded?
I don't know. If that wagon doesn't get here soon, we're going to go looking for it.
I'm telling you, I'll be sure happy to have somebody take over this outfit.
Well, won't be long now. A fellow named Boone will take over a few miles from here.
Count, I never figured you could pull it off all by yourself.
Oh, it's a simple matter, Eli. Now, let's take a look at our prize. Our British friends will pay a very handsome price to get their hands on this. Gaze upon a freedom symbol, Eli. The Americans' precious bell of independence.
Daniel Boone, what a doer, what a dream come true, was Daniel Boone. From a coonskin cap on the top of old Dan to the heel of his rawhide shoe. The rippin'est, roarin'est, fightin'est man the frontier ever knew. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, and he fought for America to make all Americans free. What a boom, what a doer, what a dream come true was he.
But if all this is true, why didn't Boba come himself?
Well, I got the feeling that he don't trust you too much, Major. Now, you can't blame a man for being cautious.
This Shamrock Tavern that he speaks of, that's behind the rebel lines. He could easily betray me.
You got a price on your head, Major?
Of course not.
Well, then you ain't got no cause to fret. Because if Count Borba can't sell you to nobody, He ain't about to turn you in.
Your friend sounds like a very mercenary man.
Well, I ain't never heard that word before, Major, but if you mean that he likes to get paid for anything he does, you're right.
There's still the problem of getting through the enemy lines.
Well, now, that ain't no hardship, Major. I done got through yours, and I figure that these here soldiers you got more training than some of them militiamen. Now, all you got to do is shed that uniform, and we'll ride through like we was gentlemen.
I'll ride through. You'll stay here as a hostage. Sergeant, I shall require some civilian clothes, see that my horse is saddled, and put this man under guard.
You ain't a very trusting man yourself, are you, Major? I come here in all good faith, and now you start treating me like I might be dishonest.
Sergeant, get this blackguard out of here.
Mingo, this could be the wagon.
If this wagon had carried a 2,000-pound bell, it would have cut deeper tracks than this. And if they had carried it off, they'd have left plenty of evidence.
The river's not too far away. They could have driven the wagon into midstream, floated a raft behind it, brought the wagon back here as a decoy.
In that case, they could be miles downstream by now.
I don't think they'd go downstream. The river flows into the Schuylkill. It goes right by Valley Forge. Be plenty of sentinels watching the river.
That only leaves one other way.
Had to go upstream. With all that weight, they couldn't go very far against the current. Somebody rode his saddle horse up here, got down and left his boot tracks all over.
So we're looking for a horseman with cleats on his heels. There could be 100 such.
Annie Boyd's Shamrock Tavern is not very far from here. Ought to be some able-bodied patriots there. Why don't you go down by the river and see if you can pick up a trail?
Where do we meet?
I may be a while rounding up some men. Learn what you can and meet me at the tavern.
Change your ways. 'Tis a tidy establishment Annie Boyd runs, and I'll stand for no trouble from the likes of you.
Gentlemen, a toast to a rare woman, Annie Boyd, who needs no man to defend her.
Sure, and if I can hold me own in a Dublin pub, married to a pipsqueak, saints preserve his poor departed soul. This place is as peaceful as a cemetery. But I thank ye for the toast, Count darling. And it'll be on your bill. Oh, you're a real gentleman that you are. And I don't mind telling you, if I was at a proper mourning for me dear departed, why, well, I never. Would you mind, then, telling me what's transpiring that's more important than me romanticizing?
Ah, forgive me, Annie. But, gentleman has just come in. Do you know him?
He's no local, for sure. And from the way he has his nose in the air, he's no spendthrift, neither.
Sir, I am Count Alfonso de Borba.
Charmed, I'm sure.
By chance, are you Mr. Hughes, the fur buyer?
Yes, I'm Hughes.
Oh, I am delighted. But come, we can't discuss business at the bar. Oh, Annie, 2 tankers of your best ale. If I am going to get a good price for my pelts, we must see that the buyer is in good spirits. This one. Ah, but these are prime pelts. Of course the price is high, of course.
'Tis a fur buyer you are, then?
From Virginia.
Oh, is he now?
Quite so. And you will see that we are not disturbed, huh, honey?
Oh, that I will.
Good.
Could I be having a word with you first? In private?
Your pardon, Mr. Hughes. Just be a moment. Now, what is it that can't wait?
Just a warning. I know the likes of him. 'Tis no Virginian he be, but English. English is the Tower of London and just as nasty. I'd stake my life on it.
Now, Annie, I assure you I know what I'm doing.
Oh, Alfonso, darling, you being a foreigner and a nobleman to boot, you wouldn't know like me. But associating with the English in these troubled times is it's like food for the devil. It's no secret. I'm wearing my heart on my sleeve for you. That's why I'm so worried.
Thank you, Annie. Thank you. But don't count me a foreigner. I intend to remain in this beautiful country. As for my bargaining, it will be in my favor. I am certain of that. I'm sorry, Major. Now, as I was saying, Lord Howe's reward is 2,000 gold crowns. Is that correct?
It is. Now, let's get on with it.
Patience, Major, patience. I haven't finished.
You want more?
Much more. Much more. A commission in His Majesty's army with the rank of colonel upon delivery of the bell.
Oh, this can only be a joke, Borba.
A joke? Do you laugh when someone offers his services to your king? His Majesty would not enjoy such laughter.
But a man does not become a British officer by threats and blackmail.
Blackmail? Now listen carefully, Major. I am offering my services to your king and will be worth every cent the commission brings.
But we know nothing about you except that you claim to be a count and have a few ragamuffins at your command.
The bell is in my possession. That should prove my worth. As for my men, once they are in red uniforms, they'll be as handsome as any.
This is not for me to decide. I will present your proposition to Lord Howe.
Daniel Boone. Oh, 'tis himself it is. Oh, welcome, Daniel. Oh, sure, and it's good to see you. Come
So
down.
that's the famous frontiersman, huh? Why look so alarmed?
He knows me, and I'm in rebel territory.
Well, just sit still and keep your back to him until you have a chance to get out.
My, you've been traveling long, I see. You'd be hungry then. Dick, me lad, bring some mutton from the kitchen. Oh, and a tankard, some cornbread.
Easy, Annie. I'm kind of in a hurry.
Oh, but you'll have to take time to eat. Bring us some of that pudding I made today. Quickly now, step lively. Mr. Boone's in a hurry.
But, how does he happen to know you? I thought his home was beyond the mountains.
I was stationed on the frontier until a few months ago.
So? And you knew him personally? You were perhaps friends?
Friends? Except for Boone, I would still be there in full command. A major general instead of a major.
Major, he will hear you. His back is to you now. You can easily reach the door.
Then I must go quickly.
And, what about our bargain?
Oh. Yes. I will recommend its acceptance to Lord Howe.
Excellent.
On one condition.
What would that be?
That you prove your loyalty with another service to the crown. Deliver Daniel Boone to me. Well?
When you bring the 2,000 crowns, he'll be tied to the clapper of the bell.
Tell me, Daniel, what's drugged you out to Kentucky into our neck of the woods?
Some tall tracking, Annie. I'm going to need your help.
Well, does it have to do with the war? Well, now, I'll give you all the help I can. Just tell me about it.
That looks great. No tankard veil for you, Annie?
No, I'd never foul me innards with that devil's brew. No, it's a good, clean living for any Boyd, I say. Keeps me girlish charm. But tell me about it.
The American Bell of Independence has been stolen. Congress arranged to have it secretly carried out of Philadelphia when the British attack started.
Does that mean Philadelphia's fallen?
Last I heard, it didn't look good. Mingo and I were to meet the driver a few miles from here. When he didn't show up, we started looking. We found the wagon. It was empty.
But who stole it?
I don't know. But I've got a strong feeling that bell is not far from here.
Now, why would anybody go to the trouble to steal a bell?
Lord Howe's boasted he was going to ring it for every British victory. You could see what that would do to the morale of our own troops.
Now, that is plain mockery. You just tell me what to do.
Annie, you know the people in these parts. I need men who are not afraid of bullets to help me get that bell back. I need them fast. Able-bodied men that I can trust.
Men, is it? Well, you can have the pick of the lot. Good patriots, everyone. But they won't be much help when it comes to fighting. Maybe you could get some of the regular Continentals.
Maybe too late for that now. Who could we send?
Well, Dick, me servant boy.
Have you got a horse?
No. But I fancy the Count will lend me his. Him at the corner table.
What's he doing here?
He has a band of hardy hunters and trappers at his beck and call. Would you like to meet him?
Hunters and trappers. I'd like to meet him. We still send Dick. Don't tell the Count why we want to borrow his horse. I'll tell him it's necessary.
I understand your worries, Daniel. Alfonso, I have a friend I want you to meet.
Alfonso de Borba. Any friend of Annie's is a friend of mine.
Daniel Boone.
No, not the Daniel Boone.
That he is. None other.
Well, I am overwhelmed, Mr. Boone. Ever since I came to this country, your feats have been a source of inspiration to me, really.
That's very flattering, Mr. Borba. Or should I call you Count Borba?
Oh, I see that Annie has been talking about me.
She said some very nice things.
Would you care to repeat them in my presence?
Sure, and most of them you've heard before. But I was telling Daniel that you have a hearty bunch of lads somewhere out in the woods. And right now he's in desperate need of them.
So, what is your proposition?
I'm not sure you'd be interested. An object of considerable importance to the revolutionary cause has been stolen. I intend to get it back.
But I am most interested in the revolutionary cause.
How about your men?
Loyal companions, every one.
To whom?
To me, first of all. My cause is theirs.
Would you be willing to bring them in and put them to some dangerous work?
I love it.
There, Daniel. Didn't I say he had the grand manner?
But if this is an urgent matter, Mr. Boone, why not come with me to my camp? It will save considerable time.
Will at that.
And Alfonso, I was wondering if me servant boy Dick could borrow your horse to run a little errand.
Are you afoot, Mr. Boone?
I am.
Oh, well, then I will walk too. Yes, by all means, you can have my horse, Annie. Shall we get started, Mr. Boone?
Annie?
What's your guess, Butcher? You reckon Count Borba's a real count or not?
It don't matter none to me. Just as long as we get paid for this Liberty Bell.
My camp's in that direction, Mr. Boone, so we'll leave the road here and head for the woods.
I think we better stay on the road a while longer.
But I thought you were in a hurry.
I am. But I told my friend Mingo I'd meet him at the tavern, and I'm not there. I still may meet him on the road.
So you want him with us, huh?
The more men, the better.
Well, all right, then. We'll stay on the road. But there's been targets on the British surveillance. I warn you. I'm afraid you've missed your friend, Mr. Boone.
It's beginning to look that way.
Yeah, so we better take to the woods and try to find our way to my camp.
Well, 100 yards or so down the road, there's something I'd like to show you.
Oh? All right. This is what you wanted to show me?
It's the wagon that was carrying the Independence Bell. If you look closely at the wagon bed, you'll see deep scratches that were made where it was dragged out.
So you think the bell must be near here, huh?
Nope. It had to be unloaded at the river crossing. This wagon was driven here to lead anyone away that might be following the bell.
Huh? Well, then why are we here?
Now, Count, if you'll just turn around.
Mr. Boone.
Do it. We can talk later. The pistol, please. Other hand.
Now, it will explain this suddenly hostile behavior.
Count, it's those boots you're wearing. They gave you away. You left your tracks all around this wagon.
In a sense, I'm relieved. I was beginning to think you were a dullard, a great disappointment. But now you've restored your reputation, and I have lost mine.
I take it the bell's at your camp.
It is.
And what I can't understand is why you were taking me there.
A matter I'd rather not discuss. What do you intend doing with me?
I don't know for the moment. We might just wait right here. Annie's serving boy should come back this way with the Continental regulars.
So that was the errand. And on my horse, too. That's how she wears her heart on her sleeve.
Annie knows nothing about your part in this. I didn't have the heart to tell her. But how do you figure she's going to feel when she does find out?
Had I succeeded, it wouldn't matter.
It's your courting failure. I suppose you stole the bell to claim Lord Howe's reward.
But that should be obvious. The British will have it eventually when the war ends.
When the war ends, that bell will be in the State House steeple where it belongs.
Oh, come, Boone. Even you should realize that British victory is inevitable. How can an untrained rabble defeat the best armies in the world? You saved my life.
Don't bother thanking me. If I didn't need you to lead me back to your camp, I'd let him finish you off.
No, I don't think so, Boone.
Dick.
Now, Mr. Boone. Drop your rifle. And rise to your feet slowly. Such are the fortunes of war. Now, Mr. Boone, we shall now proceed to my camp as originally planned.
The boy's bad hurt, Borba. He'll die if we leave him here.
He was on his way to bring the regulars against me.
He didn't know that. He was doing just what he was told. We've got to get him back to the tavern. I'm asking you, one man to another.
No. Not the tavern. We'll take him to my camp. You can take care of him there.
Just give me a few minutes, I'll rig a stretcher.
I don't understand it. The last thing Daniel said was that he'd wait for me here.
Faith, that he couldn't wait when he had a chance to pick up the men he needs. He hoped to meet you on the road.
But I wasn't on the road. I took a shortcut through the woods after I located the men who stole the bell. Who are these fellows Daniel is recruiting?
Count Borba's men.
Count Borba?
Oh, a fine gentleman. And God willing, someday he'll be mine.
But Annie, he's the leader of the bell thieves. I heard them talking about him.
No, that can't be. Why, Count Borba would never be mixed up in a thing like that.
I'm afraid there's no mistake.
But he's the man I have my heart set on, Mingo.
Annie, how well do you know him?
Mingo, I guess the truth is, I don't know him at all.
Now, Annie,
Oh, Mingo.
perhaps I was wrong after all.
If what you say is true, then Count Borba will pay for it. Dick's on his way now to summon help from the regulars. He should be at the lines.
Which route did he take?
Well, the shortest and quickest, I suppose. Back down the road to the river ford and then on to Allentown.
There are British sentinels at the ford. I saw them.
You mean he mayn't have gotten through?
I don't know. I hope so. But we can't depend on it. I'm going back to that camp and see what's happened to Daniel.
And I'm going with you. 'Twas myself who put Daniel in Count Borba's hands.
And you'll only slow me down. Besides, for all you know, you may have put Count Borba in Daniel's hands. But there is one thing you can do. I'm running low on ammunition.
I have a friend here who's in need of some ammunition. Well, speak up, men. Surely one of you has some to spare. Oh, God bless ye. It's free drinks ye'll be having for a month. And as for the rest of you, I'll be charging you more.
Thank you, Annie.
Godspeed, Mingo. It's praying for you I'll be.
Thank you, Annie.
Saints preserve us. It's the Count's horse. Dick didn't get through.
Let's ease him down for a minute. Looks like a steep hill ahead. How you feel, Dick? Can you hear me?
I didn't get through, Mr. Boone. I didn't get through.
Never mind that, boy.
Ordered me to stop, and I tried to keep going. I thought I was gonna make it, and
just take it easy, Dick.
It's absurd. Men risking and giving their lives for a lost cause.
The right cause.
The only right cause is the one that wins, and the British will win, Boone. And I intend to share in the fruits of victory.
Just by selling them a stolen bell.
Not stolen. A prize of war.
Not when it's taken by men with no loyalties.
But very soon now, because of a second service to the crown, I shall be rewarded with an officer's commission. It means ample pay now, and when victory is ours, I imagine the king will see that his faithful servants are further rewarded by colonial land grants. I'll restore the glory of the Borbas on American soil.
Are you really a count?
Oh, yes. But an impoverished one at the moment.
Borba, you've taken the wrong road to mend your fortunes. If you're arrested, we can get started.
All right.
How much further?
We'll be there shortly. To save this man's life, Mr. Boone, I suggest we get him into my headquarters.
Which way?
Follow me. In here, Mr. Boone.
I'll need some hot water, cloth, whiskey, and a knife.
Butcher, get the gentleman what he wants. Boone? Well, he's still breathing.
He's lost a lot of blood. Wound went in under the arm. Hope it didn't go too deep.
It's a man with the money. Major Hughes. Keep your rifle on him, Tate.
I think I know why you wanted me here. I'm a part of the bargain, is that it?
Well, you and I are different. You are dedicated to a lost cause, and I am dedicated to a winning cause called Count de Borba. A count, I hasten to add, who has fallen on bad times.
So now you figure your luck's gonna change.
Well, a colonel in the British Army isn't bad for a start, is it? And mark my words, this is only the beginning. Are you all right, Eli?
I come from a hardy lot, Count. But he ain't no gentleman. He just talks like one.
He was treated as any hostage would be treated. Now, can we complete our transaction, Borba?
You have the money.
And your commission, Count. Signed and sealed by Lord Howe.
You are a man of your word, Major. I didn't expect it.
There's a war to be won. Having Boone and their independence spell helps our cause. They're that important. That is why you are now Colonel de Borba and will report directly to Lord Howe.
Regrettably, I cannot accept the commission.
You can't go back on your word, Borba.
Nor can I deliver Daniel Boone.
But I had a report that you left the tavern with him last night.
Oh, that's true, but he was too clever for me. Perhaps there is some other service I could perform to win the commission?
None that I know of. Where is the bell?
This way.
You hear that, Boone? He's quite a man, ain't he? Underneath all those fancy ways.
And unpredictable.
That's for certain. But if the Count likes a man, Ain't no way he can stick a knife in his back. That's his way of doing things. And that's why we're with him.
Loyalty's a fine thing. You know, that bell is a symbol of loyalty.
Wouldn't know about that. I got my orders.
What will you do if the major doesn't keep up with his end of the bargain? What will you do then?
He's keeping it. I saw those gold pieces.
I know Hughes. He was stationed in Kentucky for quite a spell. He wasn't known for keeping his bargains.
You're not going to talk me out of this rifle, Boone.
How many soldiers has he got with him?
Must be 6 at least, probably more.
If he was going to let the Count keep the money, he's sure wasting a lot of soldiers on escort.
They're soldiers, that's all.
Must be some reason why they're out there.
Don't pay no attention to him, Tate. Count knows what he's doing.
Give me a hand. I'm just about to the bullet. There it is. Looks like he's gonna pull through.
Down the rifle, my friend. Put it down. That Dick?
Yeah, he's gonna be all right.
What about the bell?
Barbara's showing Hughes where it is now. And Tate, you're gonna show us where it is too. You too, Butcher.
So the Count saves your life. And this boy's. And you're gonna pay him back by doing him out of his reward.
There's something involved more than money here.
Just how do you think that you and this friend of yours are gonna get that bell from Hughes and Borba?
By letting Hughes live up to his reputation. Then maybe Barbara and yourselves will change your mind and join us.
You're hoping for the impossible. Hughes will never turn on the Count.
We'll see.
I don't see the bell, Borba.
You're not supposed to. All right, man, show the Major his price.
Lord Howe will be most pleased.
So we'll count the Borba when you load that monster and get it out of here.
Get it on the wagon, men.
You're wrong, Boone. The Major's gonna keep this bargain.
That finishes our end of it, Count. Let's get to splitting up the reward.
Right you are, Eli. We've earned it. And the pleasure that comes with it. Have a pleasant journey, Major. Who knows? We might be doing business again one of these days.
I doubt it, Borba. Sergeant! You can hand over that bag of gold now, Borba.
It could be that I'm no longer equipped for this sort of business.
And you presume to be a colonel in the British Army?
That, too, was a hoax.
Certainly. Lord Howe had no intention of commissioning a common thief in our army.
I assure you, Major, I will do all in my power to bring about your demise.
You and your motley crew don't make me laugh.
Mr. Redcoat, I'm with you, Boone.
We'll wait till they pull out. Then Borba and the rest can join us.
Look, some of the money down there belongs to me. I'm taking out.
Let's get moving, Sergeant.
Fire on them! I'll be all right, Cal. You concentrate on that major.
You lie easy. I'll be back for you. Wiser, but poorer.
Take care of yourself, Borba. Come out our way, be sure and pass a visit.
That might be sooner than you think. That will buy a lot of ammunition and uniforms for the cause.
For a lost cause?
Why no, Boone? Because now I am fighting for it. And Count de Borba is always on the winning side.
I told you, Daniel. He has the grand manner.
That he has. Danny?
slavery is not against the law.
Well, some places it is, some places it isn't. We've agreed. In this settlement, slavery is not welcome.
You've agreed. Is this agreement written down? Is it a law?
It doesn't need writing. Enough handshakes and it is the law in these parts.
All right, all right. If that's what the council wants, I'll abide. But let me point out that your agreement will keep us all poor for the rest of our lives.
Nobody's starving.
Nobody's starving. Is that what you all want? Not to starve? Is that the reason we came out to this new land here? Not to starve? Or did we come out to build up this new land as fast as we know how? And you, Jed, how about you? I mean a man your age. Couldn't you use a little more help at harvest time?
I expect we all could.
But you can't afford hired help. I can't neither. And that's the reason I bought 2 slaves.
There's no getting around it, Daniel. With a few extra hands, we could put a lot more bread on the table during the long winter.
You know how I feel about slavery, Jed. I say no. And I hope I speak for most of the settlers.
Well, now, maybe you do and maybe you don't. I, for one, think you speak for yourself and no one else.
You're welcome to think whatever you like, Taggart.
Well, this is a fine way to conduct a council meeting. Let one man ride herd and all the rest. If Boone here really believes he speaks for most of the settlers, he shouldn't mind letting them decide what they want.
Well, it seems to me they've already decided. You're the only one that owns slaves.
We've been going on quite a spell. I move we close the meeting and take this up again next week.
Now, hold on a moment, Jed. Jed, one moment. Gentlemen, I suggest we hold a vote. Let each settler make up his own mind. Unless, of course, our esteemed leader, Mr. Boone, is offended by the democratic process to decide the issue.
All right, we'll have that vote, Taggart. And if you lose, your slaves go free.
Agreed.
All members in favor, raise their hands. Adjourned till 2 days from now, when you'll vote.
Persuasive talker, that Taggart, isn't he?
And a bad thinker.
I thought you'd never get here.
What business?
After him!
Hold your fire. Now, you'll be a lot better off passing the word and seeing to your own livestock. Mango and I'll track you.
What if it's running in a pack, Mr. Boone?
Well, Miss Smith, that's not likely unless it's winter and he can't get anything to eat. Now, don't worry. Come on, Mingo.
You know, everything would be simplified if the wolf got Boone instead of the other way around. We'll just wait and see what happens.
Top of old Dan to the heel of his rawhide shoe. The rippin'est, roarin'est, fightin'est man the frontier ever knew. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, and he fought for America to make all Americans free. What a Boone, what a doer, what a dream come a truer was he.
Tracks. Could have gone anyway. Mingo, fire, Mingo. He's not going to hurt anybody.
I'm not sure I can share your confidence, Daniel. You'd never believe this at Oxford.
I've heard stories about wolves being friendly to men, but I never put much stock in them.
I've also heard stories of wolves being friendly to men and then turning on them.
Yeah, I reckon you're right. Wait. I'll do it. Let's go home.
I never heard anything like that before in my life, Dan. We're sorry to have bothered you, but now we can sleep peaceful with no ravaging wolf to worry about.
Well, you can sleep peaceful, all right, Jed. I didn't kill the wolf.
Pardon me. Ma'am? Did I hear you right, Mr. Boone?
You heard him.
You mean to say that wolf is still free to attack our settlement?
I didn't kill the wolf. And you don't have to worry about him attacking anything. He's harmless, he's friendly, or I wouldn't be here now.
Well, now, I don't know what kind of magic you weave to keep wild animals from harming you, but the rest of us might not be quite so fortunate. However, since you refuse to kill the wolf, I'll do it myself. Or do you consider wild animals your sole and exclusive jurisdiction in Boonesboro?
Good night, Mr. Taggart.
Good night, Mr. Boone.
Night, Donald.
Jed. Good night.
Be by your place in the morning.
Help you hunt that wolf.
Oh, no, Mr. Smith. Boone has just handed us a golden opportunity. We'll take advantage of it now. By morning, my popularity should have taken a distinct turn for the better.
That Mr. Taggart won't get the wolf, will he, Pa?
Well, it's hard to tell, son, but not until daylight anyway.
That wolf will be back in the wilderness by morning, Israel.
I reckon so. He'd be getting back to his family.
How do you know he's got a family?
He wouldn't have been that nice to you if he didn't have a family.
Makes real good sense.
And it makes real good sense to me if you and I fetch you in the wood for the night, Israel.
You know, there's always something needs doing around here.
Go on, young man. Go on. Your chores have to be done. Dan, do you feel all right?
Oh, a little weary. But nothing a good night's sleep won't take care of.
Need something to eat first. You're going to need all your strength for the arguing with Mr. Taggart.
I saw him too, Pa.
It's him, all right.
Well, shoot, Dan.
He bother you, Israel?
No, Pa.
You, Becky?
No. But what about Israel's pet deer?
Israel, get that cooked meat off the table.
Okay, Pa.
If he was going to bother that deer, he would have done it by now.
Here you go, Pa.
Come on, boy. Come on. Come on, boy. Come on.
Be careful, Dan. Well, we've had enough excitement around here for one day. It's time for all young men to go to sleep.
That means me.
That means both of you.
Well, come on, Israel, and I'll carry you up. Oh, he's getting heavy.
Pa, won't the wolf come back now that you've fed it?
Oh, he probably will.
What'll happen then?
Well, if he makes a habit of it, he's sure to get killed.
Isn't there anything you can do about it?
I don't figure there is.
Yes, there is, Pa. You can at least see that Mr. Taggart don't kill him.
You're right. I can do that.
Promise?
I hate to bother you, Daniel, but I thought you might like to know. Taggart and Smith are out tracking the wolf. I'll be right with you.
They're fresh. You can't be too far away. Adam.
Yes, sir?
You and Joseph fan out that way. If you see him, yell. Smith and I will go through here.
Yes, sir.
No. We'll get closer and get a better shot at him.
He sure don't seem to care much whether he lives or dies.
Just dumb, that's all. This'll put him out of his misery.
There you are. No need for that. This animal belongs to me.
Just who are you?
The name's Jarvis.
That wolf's been stalking our settlement.
Not this wolf. He probably was looking for help. For me. Got myself tangled up in a bear pit.
A bear pit? We very seldom have people traveling in these parts. We had no way of knowing.
Yeah, I guess I done plumb forgot about civilized people and their ways. Well, I'll keep the wolf close from now on.
Take it you raised him yourself.
Not exactly. I've been west of a river called the Mississippi for now under 3 years. In a country where they never seed a white man afore, where the Indians are called Sioux, Ree, and Apache. Well, one night, about a year ago, I reckon, I'm in this cave, dozing off, and I feel fur rubbing up against me. Weren't much could I do, but I just sat there all night with my eyes wide open. Didn't even know what kind of critter it was till daybreak. And I got my first peek at him. Sitting there, crouched a few feet away from me. Still felt uneasy. So acting natural as I could, I collected my belongings and took my leave of that cave. Next night I made camp, he showed up again. Bit him that time. We've been together ever since.
Well, that's a very tender story, Mr. Jarvis. But you better stand aside now. That wolf's a danger at our settlement.
I told you that wolf don't mean no harm.
We don't figure it that way. Now stand aside.
Now, you only got one bullet in that rifle. If you shoot that wolf, you're gonna have me after you. If you shoot me, the wolf will get you. But you know, like I said, that wolf don't mean no harm, but it's only up to a point.
Smith, hold your rifle on him.
Taggart, you're gonna have me to deal with, too.
Well, Daniel Boone stands next to a breed and a wolfman from the wilderness instead of his own settlers.
So you're Daniel Boone.
It's my friend Mingo.
Howdy.
Those Indian tribes you mentioned, Mr. Jarvis, I've never heard of them.
Yeah, and there's a lot more out there you ain't heard of, too. It's the eighth wonder of the world, that land west of that river. It's the kind of land a man like you'd take to, Daniel. Wide open country, plenty of room, rivers flowing the year round, and mountains reaching up into the sky like you never dreamed of.
Well, it sounds exciting. What brings you to settlement?
Supplies. Men. I can't rope that new land out there by myself. When I figured I was close to Boonesboro, I was hoping I'd run into you. You and me. We're the kind of men the wilderness was made for. Someone that loves it and tames it at the same time.
Sounds like you might be making me a proposition.
I sure am. It's a kind of experience that don't come along but once in a lifetime.
Well, I can't say it doesn't warm my blood, but I got a wife and a family. And...
Daniel Boone, family man? That does come as a surprise. But I don't reckon you'd have the kind of family that holds you back from the kind of work you love. The kind you was cut out for.
Nope. But I've got enough to keep me busy right here in the settlement.
You don't mean critters like that Taggart that was just here? That's work for boys, not a man like yourself.
We'll talk about it later. But you're welcome to stay at my cabin while you're here. And it just could be that one of Becky's home-cooked meals might be as exciting as that new country you're talking about.
Yeah, maybe you're right, but I'll decline your invite just the same. Already got me a nice warm cave picked out where me and the wolf would be bedding down.
Well, have it your own way, but the invitation still stands.
And the same goes for my invite. Much obliged to both of you for your help. Let's go, Wolf. Come on.
Here goes a man that lives as free as the eagle.
That he does.
I'd you like to meet that wolf man, Pa?
His name is Jarvis, Israel.
Well, anyway, I'd sure like to meet him. Him and his wolf must have had a lot of scary times.
Oh, I'm sure Mr. Jarvis could tell you some fine adventures, Israel. But so can your father. You know, Boonesboro was a wilderness when we came here, too.
Did you ever live with the wolf, Pa?
No.
I think our son's going to grow up to be a trailblazer, Dad.
Well, he could pick a lot worse things. Opening up new country. It was hard to find a better feeling, knowing that you're the first.
Pa, why don't we go back with Mr. Jarvis like he asked you to?
Well, Israel, I don't think he had all of us in mind. You know, trailblazing takes a man a long way from home.
That wouldn't bother me none.
Oh? What about your ma? How do you think she'd feel?
Mothers spoil everything.
Well, is that a fact? Well, I wouldn't want to disappoint you, young Mr. Boone. Now that you finished your breakfast, you go get your grammar book and do your lesson for the day.
Oh, Ma!
Now! Dan, you know, all you've talked about since you've got up is Mr. Jarvis.
Well, he's a fine fellow, Becky. I want you to meet him. That country he talks about sure sounds big and beautiful.
And you'd like to be there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, a man can't have everything. I've got you, a wonderful family, a lot of good friends.
Just the same, if trailblazing's what you want, well, we'll make do somehow. Though I don't mind telling you, Boonesboro suits me just fine.
Mothers really don't spoil everything.
This is as far as you can go now, boy. Stay here. Give me a tankard.
That the Wolfman, Taggart?
Boys, our visitor here goes by the name of Jarvis. Jarvis. He can tell you all about the wilderness, if you are interested.
Well, if it ain't Mr. Taggart. Thought you'd be home guarding against that wild animal of mine.
I'm surprised you didn't bring him with you, seeing as how human you claim he is.
Not human, Taggart. Just a wolf that gets along with people.
Oh? You're a man who prefers animals to people, is that it?
Some people.
Yep. There's got to be something wrong with a man that stoops to living with wolves.
Now, you've gone just about as far as you can with that mouth of yourn. My advice, you tend to your business and I'll tend to mine.
That wolf just attacked my place. Tore down one of my fences. Killed some of my livestock. Would have killed me and the wife, too, if he didn't lock ourselves in the cabin just in time.
How long ago, Smith?
Just a few minutes ago.
But that can't be. I left him on the edge of the settlement just a little while ago.
You calling Smith and his missus a liar? Where do you think you're going?
Out of my way.
Oh, wait a minute. You don't have Boone to help you now.
I don't need no help.
You're not going anywhere until you pay, Jarvis. And you're going to pay the hard way. I'll take care of Boone, too. Come that boat tomorrow.
Morning, Miss Smith.
Morning. My husband's into town for supplies.
I hear that wolf put a pretty good scare into you.
You should have killed that animal, Mr. Boone.
Well, it appears so. But I'm glad nothing happened to you or your husband. What'd he do, just come charging in here?
Yes, that's what he done.
Well, the least I can do is mend that fence he tore up. Where is it?
It's around and back. But my husband, he fixed it before he left.
Oh? And what about the livestock? What did you lose?
Chickens, mostly. It's been kind of you to stop by.
Well, I feel responsible. I'd like to make the loss up to you.
Oh, you don't have to do that, Mr. Boone. If you don't mind, I'll be getting back to my chores. A woman's work is never done.
Have a good day, Miss Smith. Morning, Jed.
Becky told me I'd find you over here. Daniel, the more I see of that Taggart, the less I like him.
Well, then don't see too much of him.
He's got the settlers all worked up.
Well, neither he nor the settlers had any right to do what they did to Jarvis.
Are you forgetting the wolf destroying Smith's property?
That wolf wasn't anywhere near here.
You sure of that?
If I wasn't before, I am now. Mrs. Smith doesn't carry off alive very well.
Well, then you better get busy telling the settlers. If they don't know the truth, you ain't got much chance of beating Taggart in that vote tomorrow.
Yeah, that may be so. I only hope they're not gullible enough to go along with Taggart and slavery. Morning.
Smith.
Everything going all right, Taggart? The way I figure it, I stand a 50-50 chance to win that vote tomorrow.
Yeah, my bit of play, I can fool everybody, huh?
But I'd like to make positively sure I win.
I don't follow you, Taggart.
Well, if I kill that wolf, I'm sure I'll pick up enough votes to win.
Yeah, I reckon so.
So, when everybody else is sitting down to the noonday meal, we're gonna do it. This time, Boone or nobody else is gonna stop us, huh? It's all right now, boy. Sit now. Sit.
What you doing here, boy?
Are you Mr. Jarvis?
Uh-huh. And who would you be?
I'm Israel Boone.
Well, if you were a Boone, you're welcome. Come on in. You didn't come all the way out here to be scared, did you? Cat got your tongue? Didn't your pa tell you that that wolf liked humans?
Uh-huh. But I ain't ever been this close to a wolf before.
Well, come on over here and pat him on the head. He likes that. See, he likes that. Do it again. Yeah, he knows you're Daniel Boone's son.
Well, he couldn't know that.
Wouldn't be too sure. Animals can sense more than we give them credit for. Your ma know you're out here?
Not unless you can sense it. But I just had him at you and the wolf. Does he have a name?
Nah, hadn't gotten around to giving him one yet.
If we was to go in the wilderness, do you think I could make friends with a wolf?
Hard telling. Maybe if you started out with a cub.
I'd sure like to go. See all those new places.
I reckon you just have to wait till you grow up a bit.
I reckon so. But then Pa might change his mind. He ain't too happy today.
That makes two of us. What got your pa so upset?
What Taggart and the others did to you.
Maybe that beating wasn't for nothing after all. Hello. Well, howdy.
Look, Pa.
They took to each other without a hitch.
I just came down to see how you were feeling.
Mara knowed settlements was more savage in the wilderness.
Jarvis, Taggart's using you and the wolf to get back at me.
Yeah, I figured as much. When I get through with him, he won't bother you no more.
I know it's a lot to ask, but I'd like for you to leave him to me.
Well, that is asking a lot.
He comes up against me tomorrow in a vote. That's the way I'd like it settled.
All right, if that's the way you want it. Fair enough. Hey, maybe you'll be the one that gets beat. And then you'll see that trailblazing is the honest way of life for you.
Well, maybe. But you come along with Israel with me. Becky wants to do something about those bruises.
Can we take the wolf, Pa?
We better leave him here. He's found himself a girlfriend. She's ugly and scroungy, but he likes her. Go on, boy, go on.
Maybe him and his friend have run away.
Well, reckon I had to lose him sometime.
It ain't right, Joseph.
You got a new invention for cutting up wood?
I ain't thinking about wood. It's Mr. Taggart going after that wolf.
I wouldn't worry none about no wolf.
But he's a living thing that's loved by someone.
Stop worrying about things you can't change. It leads to trouble.
But still in all, I wonder what Mr. Boone and Mr. Jarvis would do if they knowed.
Don't you go fooling around in white man's business.
I'm glad you could come, Mr. Jarvis. I'd like to hear more about this new land of yours.
Thank you, ma'am. I didn't think women cared much for trailblazing talk.
Oh, you don't mind if you're married to a trailblazer. And my husband's thinking along those lines again.
Now, Becky,
You think I don't know what you're feeling?
I reckon she does at that.
You'd like it out there, ma'am. Nights are clear, the weather's dry. And there's mountains. You can see for miles in the distance. And you can never feel lonesome with a mountain before your eyes. And they got an animal out there they call the buffalo. Gonna change this country one of these days.
What's a buffalo?
Well, it's bigger than a cow and stronger than an ox. It's got horns twisting out of its skull. And there are millions of them.
You're making it sound mighty uninviting to a woman.
But, Ma, that's the whole fun of it. All those strange animals.
Reckon us wilderness lovers have got you outnumbered, Becky.
It looks like you do. But tell me this. If you fine, strong men are out chasing new trails, how are the settlements going to grow up and become regular towns?
Well, midwife in a settlement's a job for women.
Oh, is it now? And just how is a woman supposed to stop men like Taggart?
You got yourself quite a woman there. Mend up a bruise, cook a scrumptious meal, and argue like a... I bet you she could argue the horns off of one of them buffalo.
You better watch out, Jarvis. She's going to convince you that you need a wife.
No, necessarily. Not me. I'm not the settling down kind.
Afternoon.
Afternoon. He's going after the wolf, Mr. Boone.
Thank you. You did the right thing by coming here. Jarvis, you and I have got some hunting to do.
Now all we have to do is go around and wait for him on the other side. Right.
running did was to pump more blood out of him.
Can't have much use for humans now. Not even you, Jarvis.
It's my fault. Should have known better than to civilize him. He was born a wild thing. And a wild thing, he should have stayed.
If you touch him, she'll attack.
Easy now, gal. I just want to take a look at him. Looks like that bullet tore through his chest. If it did, just bleed to death. Sorry, boy. There ain't nothing else I can do for you except put you out of your misery.
If you kill him, we're gonna have to kill her, too. Here, take my knife. See if you can cut that bullet out. If it didn't enter the chest, the bleeding might stop. Get on with it. She's not going to sit out there much longer.
Yeah, boy. Easy now. Easy. It's going to hurt a little bit, but I'm trying to help you. Easy. Easy now. It didn't enter the chest.
Try to bandage it if you can.
But if he walks, he'll start bleeding again. Maybe this'll help.
There's no harm in leaving him here. I reckon she'll take good care of him.
I reckon.
He'll come back to you when he's strong enough.
Daniel, you go on ahead. I think I'll sit here a spell and make sure he's all right.
I'll be at the settlement if you need me.
You already done more than enough. I'll take care of the rest of it.
I wouldn't want you to do anything foolish.
Killing Taggart ain't foolish. Makes all the sense in the world.
Jarvis, I asked you to let me handle Taggart my way.
It was afore he shot my wolf.
Look, he's mean and ambitious. But Taggart doesn't need killing. What he needs is some good, strong medicine.
Never thought I'd live to see the day when a trailblazer like Daniel Boone handling Taggart like a schoolmarm. Taggart's my business now. It's a matter twixt two men, me and him and nobody else. It ain't gonna be settled by no voting.
Now, that's where you're wrong, Jarvis. I know how you feel about that wolf. But you've been out in the wilderness too long. Taggart and slavery is the settlement's business, and that makes it mine. And we're gonna settle it by voting, not by killing.
You gonna back Taggart up then?
You don't leave me much choice.
All right. You can deliver a message for me. You can tell him I'll be coming in after him.
I wish you'd think that over.
I have. You don't leave me no choice neither. If you get in my way, I'll have to kill you too.
Barkeep! Barkeep, drinks for everybody. Come on. Get in there. To the killer and the wolf!
Fine celebration. Celebrating the death of an animal that hurt no one.
It's disgraceful, Mingle.
Wolf hard to bring down, Taggart?
Well, I'll tell you, I'd say he gave us a pretty good run for our money, didn't he, Mr. Smith?
You bet your life he did.
And with Boone and Jarvis coming in from the other direction to try to stop us, well, I ought to keep a pretty steady finger on the old trigger. But I got him. I got him. There'll be no more plundering of our homes by that devil.
You ought to get your facts straight, Taggart. You didn't kill him.
I saw that wolf drop with my own eyes.
If you hadn't been so busy running off, you'd have seen him get up.
I'm sorry you said that, Boone. If you think I was running from you or Jarvis, you're mistaken.
Then why were you in such a hurry to leave? Afraid we wouldn't buy what you and Smith cooked up?
What's the matter, Boone? You getting desperate? You worrying about that vote tomorrow?
What did he promise you, Smith? A couple of slaves if he wins?
You say that wolf didn't attack, I say it did. You calling me a liar?
I reckon I'm calling you a liar.
Stay out of it, Smith.
Still figuring on killing him?
Shape you're in, you couldn't stop me.
You wouldn't want to try it and see.
All right, I'll go along with it your way. After all, you still might lose that vote and end up coming with me. Ain't the vote counted yet?
They's waiting for Mr. Cudahy to come out now.
If and Boone wins, I hear tell you're gonna be free men.
That's right.
That country out there, it's gonna need good, strong men. You're welcome to come along with me if you're so inclined.
Why, thank you, Mr. Jarvis. We'd like that just fine.
Morning, Jarvis.
Morning, Daniel.
Yeah, I just want you to know that win or lose, I'm gonna stay. Becky's got a pretty good point. Somebody should stay here and look after the settlement, at least for a while.
I figured as much.
The vote count reads 57 for Boone and 5 for Taggart.
You big kitty man, I'll still be waiting on you. Been nice knowing you, folks.
go. I got him. Will you get over here?
What is it?
You just stay put, Grandpa, and mind your manners. You just stay put, old boy. It took a little doing, but I got him.
But the way you were yelling, I thought you were in some sort of trouble.
Well, I was. I almost lost him 2 or 3 times.
Well, I almost broke my leg getting here to look at some fish.
Well, not just some fish. This is Grandpa. I've been trying to get him for a long time.
Why?
Well, take a look at him. He'll go 2.5 pounds at least.
Oh, you fisherman. You catch something that any self-respecting Indian would throw back in, and suddenly it's larger than the whale that swallowed Jonah. The one thing I can't understand is, why?
Well, likely it makes us feel a little bigger than we really are. You reckon?
I reckon. I also reckon that if you'll stop admiring that overgrown minnow, you might listen to what I have to say.
Well, I'm listening.
Well, before you started yelling, I was trying to make out some tracks that I found on the trail back there. Fresh tracks. Peculiar.
Man or beast?
Both. Both. One was a mule, the other a man. Now, the mule was wearing shoes, and the man was barefoot.
Sounds like a very unselfish person. Which direction were they headed?
The man or the mule?
How's that?
Well, the mule went one way, and the man went the other.
Well, why do you reckon a man and a mule parted company?
Probably it was the mule's decision.
Barefoot. Man's barefoot. He couldn't have gone very far. Reckon we ought to take a look. Grandpa, I'll be back for you another day.
It makes me ashamed. I haven't cried out loud, that is, since I was a young one.
Well, I have young'uns, and whenever they cry, I always ask them where they hurt. I reckon that's what I'll have to ask you.
I'm past feeling any hurt. They're gone. Most likely dead by now.
Well, who's gone?
My dear wife and my boy. Carried away by those murdering devils. I've looked, and I've looked, till I'm worn out with looking. But I've got to find them. Alive or dead, I've just got to find them.
Daniel Boone. From a coonskin cap on the top of old Dan to the heel of his rawhide shoe, the rippenest, roaringest, fightingest man the frontier ever knew. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, and he fought for America to make all Americans free. What a Boone, what a doer, what a dream come truer was he.
Never saw your little boy again?
Never saw him again.
He was just about your size, too. Very manly lad, my little Freddie.
Gee, that's a terrible thing. Pa,
Yes, Sizzle?
what would you do if you never saw me again?
I'm afraid I wouldn't do very well. Would I, Becky?
No, you wouldn't. And neither would I. I just wish I could say something to comfort you, Mr. Ledbetter.
Well, you could call me Jasper. The only Mr. Ledbetter I ever knew was my pa.
Are you sure those Indians were Delaware?
Well, being from the East, I don't know my Indian tribes like you people do, but we was traveling through what I understood was their territory. Wasn't much time for introductions, you understand? They just surrounded our wagons, and the last thing I remember was getting hit on the head. When I come to, there they were. 4 men lying dead. And my wife and my little boy gone. I buried the dead and started looking for my family. Those Indians must have carried them off. They must have.
But why? Considering they didn't even take time to lift your scalp.
Well, my wife's a very pretty woman. I know it's hard to believe a homely old man like me, but my Lucy's as pretty as...
As pretty as my ma?
Well, Lucy's a bit older, but she's still as dainty as a little doll. She has a lovely hair, sort of a pale yellow, color of wheat when the sun shines on it. And her voice is soft. So soft you have to bend down sometimes to hear what she's saying. Maybe one of those Indians is partial to yellow hair. I've got to think that, Miss Boone. I just got to. It's the only thing that keeps me going, keeps me believing that they might not kill her. First, I'd hope that she and little Freddie had got away. You know how you hope. But then, if they had, I'd have found them.
Jasper, where did you pick up that mule?
That fool mule. I got him in Maysville. I should have bought me a horse, but the man in the stable says, thing to get is a mule. I reckon he had one he wanted to get rid of. Took all the money I had. Looking back on it, I'd like to poke that man in the nose. And come to think of it, I'd like to poke that mule in the nose, too. You know, it's the only animal I ever met that didn't like me. He didn't like me from the start. I could tell by the way he looked at me. You know what he did one night while I was sleeping?
What?
He ate one of my boots. That's how come you found me barefoot. My feet haven't been warm since.
Why don't you move over there by the fire, Jasper, and warm them up? Here's we'll get that chair.
No, I hope I'll be able to walk by tomorrow. It feels good.
I don't know about that. They look like they need a lot of rest.
I can't rest. I gotta find my family. Mr. Boone, I need your help. I know it's a lot to ask, but sometimes a man's just gotta ask, even beg.
Well, there's no need to, Jasper. I'll give you all the help I can.
You mean that? You give me your word?
I give you my word.
You're everything that people say you are.
Well, I hope not everything.
Well, even in Pennsylvania, where I come from, people speak of Daniel Boone, speak highly. And when I got to Maysville, wasn't a soul didn't say Daniel Boone's the only man in the world can help you. Mr. Boone, I haven't got anything, but I'll make it up to you somehow. I don't know exactly how, but I will.
There's no need to worry about that, Jasper. Come in.
feeling, Mr. Ledbetter?
Well, my feet are still cold, but my heart's warmed up considerable.
How are your feet, Mingo?
About the same as usual, I guess. Why?
Because you and I are going for a walk. A pretty long one.
I thought you were going to say something like that.
Now, Dan, can't it wait until morning?
Well, I'd like to be well on my way by morning.
Where? Where are you going to start?
You said it was the Delaware, so we'll start with the Delawares. I think we should travel separately.
Very well.
We've got a lot of ground to cover and not much time to do it in. Israel, you take care of your ma.
Sure, Pa.
You take care of those feet.
Wish I could go with you, Mr. Boone. It just don't seem right somehow. You doing all this for a stranger and me just sitting here in front of the fire all warm and comfortable.
We haven't done anything yet. You just keep hoping that we do.
I'll keep hoping, and I'll do a little praying, too.
I'll be right back.
My grandpa brought me a whole jar full of buttons, all the way from London, England. Would you like to look at them? Would you like to see my new knife? Do you want to play a game I know? I know how you feel, Mr. Jasper. I reckon there's not anything you'd like just now. But you don't need to worry. My pa and Mingo will find your family for you. Honest.
Oh, I feel ashamed. Here you are doing all you can to help me, and I'm sitting here wrapped up in my grief, a selfish old man.
Oh, I didn't mean that, Uncle Jasper. I was just trying to build up your
I know
hopes.
what you're trying to do. You're trying to make me forget my troubles by finding something I'd like. Well, I'll tell you something I'd like.
What's that?
Another one of those cookies your ma baked for supper.
Oh, you would? I want one, too.
There were 7 people in that wagon. He claims that they were attacked by the Delaware.
We've been at peace for many moons. Why would we attack them now?
Well, I was hoping you hadn't.
Your hope is fulfilled, my son.
The answer is no.
Yes, I thought it might be, but I am grateful that it is. I beg your pardon, stranger. Have you seen a lady with pale yellow hair and a little boy named Freddie?
Nope. I regret to say I haven't. Stranger?
Well, neither have I. I traveled almost as far as the headwaters of the Muskingum, and I accomplished nothing except perhaps to make several persons rather angry.
I did a good deal of that myself.
Daniel, I'm beginning to think that you and I have been sent on a fool's errand.
Glad to hear you say that. I don't like feeling foolish all by myself.
Jasper claimed he was attacked somewhere near Maysville. You did talk to the people there.
No one knew anything about it.
Yes, and unless everyone is lying, no one in the Delaware Territory knows anything about it. I find that very curious.
Jasper was addled, confused. He was hurt, grieving for his wife and his boy. He must have made a mistake because he was confused.
Mightily confused. Between the two of us, we've tracked for miles and miles. If Jasper's wagon had been attacked, there would have been some trace of it, and yet we found nothing. And where are the graves of the 4 men he buried? If there had been a massacre, someone would know.
Well, you'd think they would. On the other hand, why would Jasper bother to lie about it?
The answer to that would be very interesting.
Well, there's only one way to find out, Mingo. Let's go home.
Uncle Jasper! Uncle Jasper!
Hello, boy.
Guess what I got, Uncle Jasper? Go on, guess.
Let me see now. What could it be? An elephant.
No, it's something really. A present for you. Something you want real bad.
Oh, then it couldn't be an elephant. Let's see. Is it a... It's a cloudburst.
No.
I'm disappointed. I've always wanted my own cloudburst.
Did you give up?
Yeah, I give up. Well, sir, I'm beholden to you, Israel.
Go on, try them on. They'll fit, too.
How do you know they will?
I measured your foot while you were asleep last night.
You know, I felt something tickling me, and I thought I was dreaming about a feather.
I measured everybody's feet, and the only one came close to you was Cincinnatus.
You didn't go out and steal these for me, did you, boy?
Prominently, no. If I'd done that, my ma would wear a board out on me. Or if she didn't, my pa would. Cincinnatus gave them to you.
Best present I ever had. How am I going to thank Cincinnatus?
Oh, I already did. He said you're welcome.
Oh, by golly, they do fit.
Of course, they're not his Sunday ones.
I don't want the Sunday ones. Sundays wouldn't be broke in so good.
Hello, Jasper. I have a present for you, too.
Miss Boone, this is a beautiful shirt.
Well, it's warm.
And so are you, ma'am. And so is the whole Boone family. Warm and kind.
Well, you just wait. When my pa gets back, I bet you he'll have a present for you, too.
Come on, son.
I'm sorry, Jasper. I couldn't find a trace of them, neither could Mingo.
Israel, I think you should go out and play a while.
Oh, Ma.
I can tell you one thing, though. It wasn't the Delaware that attacked your wagon.
I'm afraid he's right, Mr. Ledbetter.
Well, maybe not. But like I said, I don't know one Indian from another, but they were Indians.
Can't you remember anything about them? How they dressed, how they talked?
Well, they didn't talk. They just whooped and hollered and carried on like Indians. Let's not go over all that again. I'm beholden to you for trying, Mr. Boone. You too, Mingo. Just wish there was something I could do, something I could give you to show my appreciation. But like I said, I haven't got anything now. Except this. I forgot I had it. Wish you'd keep it as a sort of remembrance.
Where did you find this, Jasper?
It was where that massacre took place. It was laying on the ground by one of the graves I was digging. Indian dropped it. I don't know how I happened to pick it up. Is something the matter?
That's a rather strange thing for an Indian to be carrying at the time of a massacre.
Well, what do you mean?
That's a peace pipe.
A peace pipe?
A Shawnee peace pipe. It happens to be a tribe we're not particularly friendly with just now. You could have saved us a lot of traveling by showing this to us before.
Never crossed my mind, Mr. Boone. Does that mean that now there's no hope for my wife and my little boy?
I wouldn't say that, Jasper. The Shawnee have been known to take women and small children captive. What I don't understand is how that got there. You mostly see them at council meetings, maybe a burial ground.
Burial ground?
It's one of their customs. That doesn't make any sense. Which way were you traveling when you got to Maysville?
Well, to tell the truth, I don't rightly know. The shock and all. I was just walking, hoping to find some place where I could get some help. Is it real important?
Well, it would be if you knew for sure, but since you don't know, you don't know. So we'll just forget that part of it.
Wish I could be of more help to you.
Well, I wish you could too, Jasper, but a man doesn't think straight at a time like that. So we'll do just what we know.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Well, this is Shawnee property. I reckon we ought to return it to him.
Dan, do you think that's wise?
Now, Becky, I told Jasper I'd help him. You wouldn't want me to go back on my word, would you?
No, I don't suppose I would.
It's all right, Miss Boone. It's all right. I'll go. These are my kinfolks, and it's my bounden duty to do what I can for them. At least now I know where they are, and I'll go looking for them. And I'll go alone.
Feel any better?
Well, my feet hurt, but that's nothing new for me. Not that I'm complaining.
Now, Daniel told you, Jasper, there's no need for you to go.
Oh, but I do need. It's my wife and my boy. I'd have gone home before, except then I couldn't even walk.
Well, we know that, but we're not sure what we're going to find. If we find anything. Well, it might be easier if you went back.
Oh, no. Oh, no. You're trying to get rid of me because you figure I'm too old to do my part, but you can do it.
Well, nobody's trying to get rid of you, Jasper. Why don't you stretch out here by the fire and get a little rest? Mingo, I'll stand the first watch. You look like you could use a little sleep, too.
I could indeed.
Mr. Boone, from here on in, I want to do my share of the watching.
Well, thank you, Jasper, but Mingo and I...
No, Mr. Boone, I mean it. I really want to do it. It means a great deal to me.
All right, I'll wake you when it's time.
Now, how soon do you expect to get there?
Well, now, that's a little hard to say when we don't know exactly where we're going.
Will there be a lot of Shawnee?
There'll be enough to go around.
Where do you expect to find them?
Well, almost any place from now on.
Mr. Boone.
Mm-hmm.
Fellow once told me that no matter how far away they were, the Shawnee Indians always carry their dead back to their own burying ground. Now, is that a fact?
They usually try.
That's very interesting. Don't forget to call me when it's my turn to watch.
I won't forget.
I may not be any use on this trip, but I certainly know how to keep my eyes open.
It's over there. It's over there. I heard it. It's a tiger, a panther or something. It's right over there. I'd go myself, but I dropped my gun accidental. It could be a... So it was you miserable, good-for-nothing jackass. I've got something to say to you. To you, too.
And one more question. Why did that mule stray so far? And why in this direction?
I guess he's been here before.
And so has Jasper.
Figures.
Well, doesn't that mean anything to you?
Mm-hmm. But I don't like to think about it.
The first thing you gotta do, Becky, is just relax. Daniel's all right. Of course, I would have been a lot happier if he hadn't gone. But then we can't be laughing and smiling all the time, can we? Because if we was, we wouldn't appreciate good things when they come, would we? What I am trying to say is I sure wish he'd get back.
Oh, there are times I wish Dan wasn't such a man of his word.
Well, then he wouldn't be Daniel Boone, and you wouldn't like that neither.
You're right. I wouldn't like that.
Well, now then, what's your list? What you out of? Sugar, salt?
Oh, I don't need anything Cincinnati's. I just hoped there might be news from someone riding through.
Well, now, you just relax yourself, Becky. I'm expecting Ben Clark from Salem. I sent him for some supplies, and you can't tell. Maybe he saw Daniel.
I didn't see him, and I didn't look. I got held up by two of the meanest critters I ever seen in my life. You know, you almost lost me. If it hadn't been for my passengers, I don't think I'd be even here to tell the tale.
Passengers? I sent you to Salem for supplies, not to start a stagecoach line.
Well, there's no harm in being kind, is there? It was one of the smartest things I ever done in my life. Yes, sir, that young fella, he stepped in, and he grabbed one of them critters by the leg, and his ma stepped in, and then she hit the other one over the head with her satchel.
His ma?
Yeah, I never seen anything like her.
I do admire a strong woman. Just as long as I ain't married to her.
I said to her, anytime you want to ride, you can hitch onto my wagon, Mrs. Ledbetter.
Did you say Ledbetter?
I said, Mrs. Ledbetter, I'm going to tell everybody in Boonesboro what you done.
Mr. Clark.
There may even be a reward out for catching them men the way you did.
Mr. Clark, where is she?
Who? Mrs. Ledbetter. Well, now, there's no need to get mad. I was just trying to tell you what I was trying to... Where is she?
She's right here.
That's what I was trying to say.
I'm Mrs. Ledbetter, Lucy Ledbetter. And this is my son, little Freddie. You were shouting my name. Something wrong?
Yes. Yes, there is.
Better let me take over, Becky. You wouldn't by any chance be related to a man by the name of Jasper Ledbetter, would you?
Only by marriage. Why? Do you know Jasper?
We know him.
Well, why are you looking at us like we're ghosts or something?
Oh, I'm sorry. But in a way, it's as though we were looking at ghosts. You see, we were told you were captured by the Indians.
Well, who told you that?
Your husband, that's who. Jasper Ledbetter.
That sounds like Jasper.
But why would he tell such a preposterous story?
Oh, it's a long tale. But if we could sit by your fire, and if you happen to have a cup of hot rum handy...
Of course, you must be cold and tired from your trip. Hungry, too.
I might as well tell you right off, I haven't any money. I don't know how I'll ever repay you for your hospitality.
Well, you could start by telling us why your husband set out to hoodwink a lot of us.
Well, knowing Jasper, I figured he found out he couldn't do it by himself, so he came here for help.
And because he knew that Daniel Boone was the one man could get him into Shawnee country.
Well, if you and your ma ain't captives, then what's he lost out there in the Shawnee Territory?
Oh, it's not what he's lost. It's what he expects to find. Gold.
Gold?
Gold? Yeah. I never heard of gold being found in the Shawnee Territory.
Oh, it wasn't found there. It was carried there. You see, Bert Gowan, he's an old friend of my father's, struck it rich someplace out west. Well, he was headed home when the Shawnees jumped him. So he hid the gold and rode his pack mule out.
Well, where's this, Bert Gowan feller now?
Well, he's looking for my father, I imagine.
You see, Bert made a big mistake. He trusted Jasper. He made a map of where the gold was hidden and he showed my husband. Well, Jasper was gone before daybreak. So was the map, and so was Bert's mule.
Did he mention where the gold might be hidden?
All I know is it's somewhere in Shawnee burial ground.
A burial ground?
That's what Bert said. I don't suppose Jasper ever figured I'd follow him out here. But if he finds anything, I'm going to see to it that Freddie and I get it.
Well, you're not going to get anything, Mrs. Ledbetter. Dan won't go near that burial ground.
Why not?
Because he wouldn't desecrate it. To the Shawnee, that's sacred ground.
Oh, Mrs. Boone, nothing's sacred to Jasper Ledbetter. He's going to get your husband there some way, because he's going to trick him, just like he tricked you all before.
You get some rest. I'll stand watch. I want to feel I'm doing my share after all you've done for me. I'm wide awake tonight. You got no cause for worry.
Jasper, this is Shawnee country. If you must yell for help, we'd appreciate it if you'd yell quietly.
Yeah, if I hear anything, I'll whisper. Why are we stopping here? Looks like we got a lot of daylight left.
Well, it's a good place to leave the mule. Grass and water. We can pin him up in that little canyon there so he won't stray.
You mean we're all going on from here afoot?
That's what I mean, so climb down off of that mule.
Wouldn't that take a lot longer? My feet ain't in condition for any fast walking anymore.
It might take longer, but it would be a great deal safer.
Why safer?
Well, if your wife and boy are being held captive, they'll be at Chillicothe. That's the main village of the Shawnee. We're getting close, too close to run the risk of traveling any further with this mule.
But what about my Lucy and my little Freddie?
Well, what about them?
Well, when we get them, they may be too weak to travel. Looks like we ought to have the mule with us so as they can ride.
Well, they'll either be able to travel or well, they won't. Now, climb on down. We're wasting a lot of time. Shawnee burial ground.
What are the spears for?
Well, they're war lances. You might say they're a warning to keep out.
And I suppose they're dead bodies up on those platforms, huh?
Yes, they're on the platforms so that the dogs and wild animals can't get at them. Beside each warrior, they place his bow, his shield, his knife, pipe and tobacco, flint and steel, food.
Food?
Yes, food to last until his soul reaches the spirit land.
Not very civilized, huh?
There's the country. The Shawnee village is about 2 miles from here. I reckon we ought to circle and backtrack if we're going to get there by dark.
Circle? Couldn't we just walk right on through?
I reckon you could, but chances are you'd end up as dead as everybody else in there.
Mr. Boone. Mr. Boone. Do you suppose there are any caves in there anywhere?
Yeah, I reckon there could be. Why?
Well, you see, it's this dream I had. Now, ever since they took Lucy and my little Freddie away from me, I've had this dream that they were tied up in an old dark cave. Now, maybe it's a sign. Maybe they're in there in a cave.
That'd be the last place they'd keep them. This is sacred ground.
Well, couldn't we sneak in and make sure there's nobody around to stop us?
Jasper, it seems to me you have a real unhealthy curiosity about Indian cemeteries.
Oh, no, Mr. Boone. It's not that. I've got as much respect for the dead as anybody. Well, I thought if we just walked in and looked, it would ease my mind.
Yes, well, it might ease your mind, but it wouldn't be so comfortable for the rest of you.
Hold it. How much further do we have to go?
Oh, I'd say 4 or 5 miles.
4 or 5 miles. Mr. Boone, I just can't make it. It's not that I don't want to go. I want to help, but I haven't got the strength.
Well, it won't take much, Jasper. I don't like the idea of leaving you behind.
Don't worry about that. The good Lord looks after fools and little children.
Well, are you sure you won't try to follow us after you get your strength back? You see that rock up there? I want you to go up there and get behind it. Mingo and I'll be back by daylight. And no matter what happens, I want you to stay out of sight. You understand?
I promise. And I'm a man of my word. Ask anybody. In Pennsylvania, that is.
Right now, that'd be a little inconvenient.
He doesn't look all that tired to me.
Mingo, you're a suspicious man.
The Indian in me. I don't trust you pale-faces. But I don't like the idea of leaving him here.
Well, I'm not real sure I like it either. But on the other hand, I'm not real sure I'd like to have him along.
Well, shall we start searching singly or together?
I think we should split up. We'll get through quicker. And the sooner I get out of there, the happier I'm going to be.
Why don't you take the west side, I'll take the south side, and we'll meet back here.
If I'm not back by daylight, don't wait for me. And try not to trip over anything.
Yes.
listen, I didn't mean any harm. I was just taking a little walk. That was all. I did not mean any harm.
Hey, Jasper, come on out. We want to talk with you. Jasper! Jasper? Jasper! What do you think, Mingo?
I'd like to think he's gone back to Pennsylvania. I'm sorry, Daniel, but I felt there was something wrong right from the beginning, and now I'm certain of it. He's not looking for a wife and child. It's something else, and whatever it is, he wants it badly.
I know. I felt that way myself. I was getting mighty fond of old Jasper.
I remember once you had a pet deer, Daniel. You grew mighty fond of it, but when it reached its full growth, it almost killed you.
The burial ground. That's where he's been.
You know what they'll do to him?
And he probably deserves it. And I reckon I can't stand by and let it happen.
And if you try to interfere, you're apt to wind up burning at the stake beside him.
And that's possible. Mingo, how loud can you yell?
Loud enough when it's necessary. I'm almost afraid to ask, but why?
Because I want you to sound like half the Continental Army when I lead the charge.
When you lead the what?
You heard me, the charge. We'll just knock off a few feathers and then you follow me.
Or we'll both wind up beside him.
Now. Charge!
Follow me! Mr. Boone,
Hold the talk, Jasper, and start running. We'll have the whole Shawnee Nation on our tail.
Before I go to the happy hunting ground, Mr. Ledbetter, there's one question I'd like you to settle in my mind. Why did you send us after the Delaware when you knew it was the Shawnee you wanted to go to?
I needed time to rest. I was too worn out to travel then. I was worn out from walking. I've always hated walking. I never thought I'd be walking to my own funeral. But considering what I did, I don't deserve any better. But you and Mr. Boone, I did this to you, and there's no way to undo it.
That, Mr. Ledbetter, is the one thing that you've said that happens to be true.
Get him behind the rocks. Here they come.
That's what I call mighty fine shooting.
I told you, remember what I said? I said, charge! Jasper Ledbetter.
Lucy. That's Lucy? That's Lucy. That's little Freddie.
Why, I'm surprised at you, Mingo. I'd know Lucy Ledbetter and Freddie anywhere, just from Jasper's description. Well, folks, shall we go?
But Lucy, if you just listen, I told you I did it for you and little Freddie so you could have all the things I was never able to give you before.
Jasper, you talk too much. You ain't never done anything in your life, except for yourself. Mr. Boone, since you're the one that's been hurt the most, I'll leave it up to you to name what Jasper's punishment should be.
Well, Ms. Ledbetter, do me one favor, if you would, please. Take him back to Pennsylvania and keep him there. I'm afraid I might start liking him again.
You don't have to worry about that none. I'll see that we don't get back away from us again.
Lucy, if we go back to Pennsylvania, Bert Gowan is apt to kill me.
I wouldn't be surprised. But at least he'll get his mule back. Come on, Freddie.
Jasper?
I wonder if Jasper really wanted that gold or just wanted to get away from Lucy.
Well, Mingo, what I've seen of her, might have been a little bit of both.
What's that?
I don't know, Ma.
Did you hear that?
Hear what?
A frog croak.
Did that bell ring?
Oh, I'll wager that boy brought that creature along to church.
Morning, Miss Hanks.
Becky?
Like the pastor's going to have a pretty fair turnout.
Oh, I reckon they're here as much for the show as salvation. Him being new and all.
Nervous?
Do I look it?
You oughtn't to be. You look just fine.
And though I have the gift of prophecy and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and though I have all faith so that I could remove mountains and have not charity, I am nothing. Corinthians 13:2.
Let the heathens be wakened and come up to the valley of Jehoshaphat. Joel 3:12.
Heathens. Polly, they prayed with axes in their hands and a packet of seed.
Like the noble savage. We'll be just like them in time.
Are you sorry we left Bethlehem?
Andrew, no.
Oh, look at your hands. You've been in the fields again.
Would you like me to be crocheting samplers? Yesterday, the corn was more than an inch high.
You promised me you wouldn't.
Andrew, I am not some Connecticut belle that you treat like a child. I knew we'd have to do our own planting and hoeing if we expected to eat. Besides, the child isn't due until autumn.
And by then, we'll have a full harvest.
They're waiting. You'd better get.
You sound more cane tuck every day.
And not too softly, Andrew.
As sounding brass. Good morning. For my text today, I thought it fitting to quote from Genesis.
He's scared.
Hush, Israel.
Then Isaac sowed in that land and received in the same year 100-fold, and the Lord blessed him. For blessed are those who till the soil and reap their own harvests. Who but the founder of husbandry could think this way? In the dawn of creation, man was a nomad wandering the earth in search of a plot of land he could call his own. The Israelites who settled in Canaan can be likened to the wanderers who braved the perils of the Cumberland Pass to settle in Boonesboro, our Canaan. As today, their villages became walled towns in which farm families lived during the winter. Boundary stones were respected and men lived in peace side by side. The cultivating of land was highly regarded among the Hebrews. Let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle and creeping thing, and beasts of the field after his kind. And it was so. Who belongs to this creeping thing?
Me, sir.
Israel Boone?
Yes, sir.
What do you call it?
Just Frog, sir.
May I suggest Genesis? Now, Israel, will you promise to bring him every Sunday?
Yes, sir.
Good. When I became a man, I put away childish things. But who among us knows when that time has come?
Top of old Dan to the heel of his rawhide shoe. The rippin'est, roaring'est, fighting'est man the frontier ever knew. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, and he fought for America to make all Americans free. What a boom, what a doer, what a dream come truer was he.
With a fawn to look after, you think that boy wouldn't have to tote a frog to church.
Well, I don't think anybody got too riled up over that, Becky.
Well, how do you imagine I felt when that creature almost landed in Sarah Kimball's bonnet?
Might have improved the looks of it at that.
Daniel Boone, if you aren't aiming to give that boy a tannin.
You will.
Well, the pastor must think we're raising a little savage.
Well, it seems to me that Andrew Cooper should be mighty grateful to Israel.
Grateful?
Well, sure. It's not every Sunday a green preacher gets to practice a christening on a frog.
Daniel?
Pa! There's something inside. I heard it.
I suppose it's too rich for her blood.
Her coat was getting kind of dull, Ma.
Is that all you have to say about that young man?
Well, for a minute there, I thought we were being raided by the Shawnees. Kind of nice knowing it was only Rosebud.
Did you hear what he said, Dan?
I reckon we're lucky at that.
Did you talk to him?
And we talked.
How'd he take it?
Becky.
Dan, you didn't tell him he had to get rid of Rosebud, did you?
Well, a boy has to have something to look after.
That fawn ruined our Sunday supper. It turned our home into a shambles. And do you call that looking after it?
Well, no, but I couldn't put all the blame on Israel.
Well, who's to blame?
Maybe I haven't spent all the time I could have with him lately.
Dan, you're only blaming yourself to keep the boy from hurting. I have to admit, it was a small, furry thing when he found it. A play toy he could hug and run with. But the fawn is not that now, Dan. It's wild and mischievous and...
Like him. He's growing too, Becky. He's straining to break free.
He's a child.
The biggest piece of him is yet. There's an awful lot of him itching for manhood.
When's he gonna learn he can't keep all that wildness tamed forever?
I don't know. But that's something he's gonna have to learn all by himself.
You're tired.
After only 8 rows, you must think I'm made of taffy.
11.
That many? Well, we'll have the whole field planted by nightfall.
Oh, no, we won't. You sit and rest.
On this lovely furrow. And after tucking each precious kernel of corn in with my own bare hands.
Come on now. I never dreamed it could be this bountiful. The earth, people in Boonesboro, and you.
You keep on like that, Reverend, and you're going to be bursting with humility.
Pride goeth before a fall.
You look stern enough, but inside you're grinning from ear to ear.
Ear corn to ear corn, Polly. Oh, if I didn't try them out on you, how could I spare my congregation?
They liked you yesterday.
You think so?
The Bishop of Boston couldn't have handled it with more authority.
I was rescued by a boy and a frog. It provided a stirring parable. And here's one for you, my good wife. Go home and rest. Looks like Israel's fawn.
It's gone. It's all gone.
Can't you see I'm busy, Rosebud?
You keep feeding her, and we never will get this fence finished.
How high up do you think we have to go, Pa?
A lot higher than we have here.
Just don't seem right. Keeping a tame fawn cooped up like that.
But you know we have to do it, don't you?
I suppose so. That's what you get for breaking in uninvited.
Morning, Mr. Boone. Israel.
Morning.
Morning, Reverend.
Well, it seems a powerful hot day to be splitting rails, Mr. Boone.
Pa and me are building us a pen to keep Rosebud in. She's kind of my little brother.
I can see she's fond of you.
I expect that's true, sir. Seeing I give her about as much loving as she can stand.
Well, I'm sure glad you came by, Reverend. Gives me an excuse to stop work for a while. Can I tempt you with a swallow of something cool?
Oh, no, Mr. Boone. Thank you.
Well, you didn't come all the way across that clearing to tell me I was backsliding, did you?
Do I wear my adversity that meanly, Mr. Boone? It looks like a stout pen. How's Genesis?
Genesis? Oh, you mean my frog. Growing by leaps and bounds, sir.
A witty lad, Mr. Boone. Well, good day to you both.
Come on, Reverend.
I like him, Pa.
I like him too, Israel.
Why do you suppose he came by?
Oh, he strikes me as a man with something on his mind. Not quite ready to let go of it.
A minister with troubles? He ain't supposed to have any, is he, Pa?
Well, not small ones, anyway.
Oh, good night, darling.
Good night, Ma. You wouldn't change your mind about Rosebud bedding down with me, would you?
Now, we've been all through that, Israel.
It would only be the last night. Pa and me almost got the rails high enough.
Now, you saw what she did to the house.
That's because she was lonesome. She wouldn't be with me.
Will you treat her? I don't think she even knows she's a dear.
She's gonna be real scared out there by herself.
She'll be all right. I know it. Come on, under the covers with you. Good night, my angel.
Good night, Mom.
Sweet dreams.
Rosebud, take it easy. You gotta hold still, Rosebud. If I'm gonna get you loose, ain't no reason to be this scared of the dark. Now hold still, will ya? You're gonna wake Mom for sure. huh, Pa?
Yeah, I reckon we did, boy. Israel, what you did took a lot of courage.
I didn't think too much about it, Pa. She was scared of the painter and she needed protection. We didn't mean to wake you, Mom. You're safe now, Rosebud, and we'll always be together.
It seems to me that you'd at least have time to eat your breakfast.
You did promise to get me up at daybreak.
With the little sleep you've had this past week.
Had to be done.
Redone, you mean, and all on account of that fool fawn.
Oh, now, Polly, we're not sure of that.
Andrew, we saw the tracks clearly.
It could have been a wild deer.
I suppose that's true, but you still could have told them.
It seemed pointless. They were building a pen to keep the animal from running free. If it was the boy's fawn, she won't molest us again.
I'll be coming out to help.
You've got enough to do here.
It won't harm me when the sun wanes a little.
But there's no need to. It's half done with. Why, with some luck, I'll have 20 more rows planted by nightfall.
I'll still be coming.
With a pail full of parched rye and chestnuts you call coffee. Why, if some of that spilled, it'll wilt our crops.
And I was thinking of baking my husband a pumpkin pie.
Did you get that?
We've needed it long before this.
I can't.
Then I will.
I don't even know how to use it.
Then learn. Andrew, we have the right to protect what's ours.
By killing?
It's better than facing a winter of starvation.
I would rather die than destroy a living creature.
This is the wilderness, my husband, not Boston.
Is one allowed to adjust one's principles in accordance with geography?
If it means our survival, yes.
I can't live that way!
Then tell Boone.
To destroy the deer for me? And with it a boy's heart. Where are you going?
I'm carrying a child, Andrew. Our child. Perhaps you can find it in yourself to forgive me for thinking that it cannot feed on piety.
Do it, Israel.
Looks like we got company, Ma.
Company? Oh, it's a pastor's wife. Oh, and look at me, Dan.
Well, Rebecca, she's seen soap being made before.
Good morning, Mrs. Boone.
Good morning, Mrs. Cooper. We're right proud to have you visit us. Hope you're not sensitive to the smell of lye. Israel, go fetch some water.
Yes, ma'am. No, I won't stay. And it's likely you won't want me after you hear what I have to say.
Well, what is it, Miss Cooper?
It's about your deer.
You mean Rosebud?
Yes. I'm afraid the animal has been eating our corn.
She wouldn't do nothing like that.
It's so, boy. And it's not the first time.
But she's been in that pen.
Now, hold on a minute, Israel. Is that what your husband came over the other day to talk about?
He meant to, but he couldn't, knowing it was the boy's pet.
Well, how can you be sure it was Israel's fawn?
It couldn't have been, Pa. It just couldn't have been.
Hush, Israel.
I truly wish it weren't. The tracks were clear and they led to this cabin.
When was this?
This morning.
Miss Cooper, we built that pen hoping to keep her in.
It seems impossible that she could jump it, but what other explanation could there be?
Rosebud couldn't clear that rail. That's why we built it, didn't we, Pa?
She could surprise us, son.
Israel, didn't you have Rosebud out of her pen this morning?
Yes, ma'am, but she was with me every minute.
The boy could be mistaken. He could have turned his back or forgotten.
Did you, son?
I never took my eyes off her, Pa. Honest.
Israel wouldn't lie, Mrs. Cooper.
If what you say is true, I suppose we'll have to kill the fawn.
I came here knowing that.
You couldn't, Pa. You just couldn't.
Israel, winter's coming on. These folks have got their lives staked on that crop.
But we still ain't sure she did it, Pa.
I suppose there's a way we could find out. If you were to call to Rosebud, she'd try pretty hard to come to you, wouldn't she?
Yes, sir. But there ain't much chance of her doing that. Is there?
Well, that's something we're going to have to prove to Mrs. Cooper.
I guess so.
Why don't you go over there by that tree and call to her? Go on, son. Call her.
Rosebud!
She's going to want to hear you.
Rosebud! Don't do it, Rosebud. Don't do it. Why'd you come, Rosebud? Why'd you come?
I'm sorry, Israel.
If we was build the rails higher,
Before we got it finished, he'd bust out and do it all over again. There never was any use, son. We've just been fooling ourselves, thinking we could keep her a fawn forever.
what do you aim to do, Pa?
Well, there's nothing you can do that would comfort you. So I reckon I'll just take her out in the woods and...
No! I'll get her lost. I'll take her so far out she won't know how to get back.
You know she would. She's been tainted with petting, Israel. She's too wild to keep and too tame to lose.
Seems like she just growed up overnight.
Yeah, I know.
I guess there's no more use talking about it.
Yeah, it seems like we've just about talked it out.
I couldn't do it, Pa. I just couldn't look at her and shoot her.
I never intended for you to.
Let me take one more walk with her, Pa. Just one.
It won't make it any easier.
It's just say goodbye.
All right.
This is a church, Rosebud. I guess we better do some praying. Reckon you'd better stay out here till I'm finished. I ain't much of a hand at praying, Lord. And I ain't asked for much in the way of blessings. Except to protect Ma and Pa and Mingo from the Shawnee. And what's a Christmas time for snow when it was late in coming? Another time to help keep the multiplication tables tucked inside my head. Yep, that was about it. But this time, God, I'm aiming for more than a blessing. I've got to have me a miracle. Something that comes with a bolt of lightning and a clap of thunder. It's for my friend Rosebud. Wait long for this world and this shoe come a-running. Amen.
I heard your prayer, Israel.
I didn't mean for you to. Come on, Rosebud.
I prayed too, Israel. I truly did.
For her to get shot?
I can understand your feelings.
No, you can't. You don't belong here, and you never will. I hate you. Come on, Rosebud. I won't do it. Just won't. You'll have to kill me before I do. You know what we're gonna do, Rosebud? We're gonna run away, that's what. You and me together. We're gonna travel so far even God won't know where we are. Unless we tell him. And the way I feel, he's gonna have to find out for himself. What'll Ma say when she sees this? How's she gonna scold us if we ain't coming back? And we ain't, are we, Rosebud? Hey, wait a minute. Am I following you or you following me? When you're running away from home, you gotta have a leader. And being you're only a deer, I'm gonna be doing the leading. Now, come on. Come on. You as thirsty and as tired as me? Hey, Rosebud! Wait a minute! Well, I was heading for the stream, wasn't I? But I was just resting up there. Well, I didn't say you couldn't be leader once in a while. But just remember, I'm still in command. Paul said, the fast running stream where the sun can get through is where plants grow. And that's a good feeding place for animals. We might catch us a raccoon or a beaver, maybe even a porcupine. But you gotta hide out and wait till they come, you understand? First, I better cut me a pointy hickory stick. Rosebud! Paul says these wild turnips are good eating. Ain't bad, Rosebud. Thought they wouldn't go down, but there was some crusty cornbread or a chunk of bacon. It'll be over soon, Rosebud. No use being scared over it. I know I was asking for a miracle, God, but you don't have to boast about it.
too bad. Started up just after I left the Squire's.
Well, if Israel's putting Rosebud in her pen, I expect we could have her sleep in the house one more night.
Isn't he here?
I thought he was with you. Stay by the fire, I'll go. Evening, Pastor.
Evening, Mrs. Boone. Daniel?
You've come about Israel.
Yes.
Then he's with you.
Well, no. I was hoping to find him here. I wanted to speak to him.
Oh, Daniel.
Now, Becky, suppose he did mean to run off. He couldn't have gone very far.
I'm afraid this is all on my account. He came to me, and I had no answer. He cried for help, and I was dumb, speechless.
Well, you can't hold yourself to blame for that, Pastor. But I reckon I should start out to find him.
I'll need some food and some muslin for bandages. He's hurt.
Don't worry, Becky. He knows a lot about the woods and caring for himself.
But the rain will wash away the tracks.
It'll also slow him down.
I want to come, Daniel. I may not be much help, but I promise I won't hinder you none.
Well, if it'll make you feel better, Pastor, you're welcome to come along.
Thank you.
Bring him home safe, Dan.
Don't worry, Becky.
Ma let you in? I dreamed you ran away, Rosebud. But you wouldn't do that, would you? Rosebud, wait! I guess you're just hungry. Me too. There's got to be some wild crab apples or gooseberries around. Wonder how Ma felt when she didn't find me in bed this morning. I'll bet she's sorry. It'll do a heap of good pining for me. Might learn I ain't to be fooled with. But they'd have missed me last night at supper. That means Pa's after us. We'd better get a move on. Come on. Come on, Rosebud.
Why'd you let me sleep?
2 hours is not much.
You think he'd be trying to make his way to some settlement, some Indian camp?
The closest settlement's Harrodsburg. It's too far. He'd stay clear of the Cherokee, knowing they'd bring him home.
How about the Shawnee?
No, it's not likely. Only if he bumped into a hunting party. And he'd know enough to stay out of their territory.
Then where'll we look?
I figure he'll stay close to water, then head for the high ground. He'll want to be able to see who's coming after him. Have some?
I'm not hungry.
You'd best eat. It may take us all day to catch up.
I can't. Whatever faith that child had was shattered by my silence.
Or strengthened. You lost your corn. That's a wrong that can't be set right by a pat on the head or sugary words.
There was something I could have done.
You're doing it now.
Looks like this fell off a water barrel, maybe. We'd better get off here, Rosebud. This here's the Cumberland Trail. We're just liable to get us caught. do this once. It's really a wolf trap, but no reason why I couldn't snare a rabbit. And right now, I could eat one whole.
Find something?
Wild turnips. Looks like Israel had some supper.
Top to the pole. No. Finished. Now I'll test it. Excuse me. It works, Rosebud. Come on. Let's go. All we gotta do now is wait and be still.
Looks like this is where he got in out of the rain.
Resourceful lad. What is it?
Bobcat tracks. It's a big one, too.
Rosebud, look! Hey, wait a minute! I think I busted something, Rosebud. Sure does feel like it. That rabbit. on to feeding time at home, Rosebud. Oh, I can just see those dried apples and pumpkins looped across the room. The meat roasting on the spit. Can you smell it, Rosebud? And the bean porridge and the suet pudding and the baked apple dumpling. Right now, I'd go for milkweed or marsh marigold, or anything that was wilted in the root cellar. It'll be dark soon. I'm gonna rest just about another minute. Gather me up some moss to keep cover. Hear those frogs croaking? Sound sad, don't they? Wonder what Genesis is doing. Oh, Genesis. If it wasn't for that old preacher, we wouldn't be out here alone. I don't care if they never find me. Sooner die than go back without you, Rosebud. Rosebud. Come on. Looks like we got a subpoena, Pa, don't it?
That's right, son.
And he was there in the wilderness 40 days, tempted of Satan. And he was with the wild beasts, and the angels ministered unto him. Now that he's gotten his foot taken care of and some food in his belly, I think he'll be all right.
He'll be all right.
Will he understand that?
He's lost her for certain this time. She's no longer a fawn. He's no longer a little boy. But he's ready to go home. Becky?
What is it, Dan?
Looks like we've got company.
You don't suppose Rosebud came back and ate their corn again, do you?
Oh, I don't think so, Israel. I think Rosebud's gone for good. Morning, Pastor. Miss
Good morning.
Cooper.
Morning.
Why don't you come in and join us? I'll put the kettle on for tea.
Oh, I'm afraid we don't have time. We just wanted to...
Don't look at me. This was your idea.
Well, I want to apologize for what I said the last time I was here.
That isn't necessary. You had every right to be upset.
And to tell Israel that I'm sorry his pet is gone. I know I'm responsible for that.
No, ma'am. I always knew I had to let her go someday. Pa says that's a part of growing up.
It's sometimes the very lonesome part. So, if you get too lonely,
And for me?
It's all yours if you want him.
If I want him, I can keep him, can't I, Ma? He won't need no pin or anything once I tame him. And I bet you one thing, he won't run off like that Rosebud did. Please say I can keep him, Ma.
Of course you can.
Gee, thank you.
Oh, don't thank me. Thank Polly. She's the one who found him.
Oh, you just take good care of him and don't let him get lonesome. That's thanks enough.
If he ever gets lonesome, all he has to do is snuggle up to Pa's hat. I think I'll go feed him now so he knows he belongs to me.
Israel, one more thing. Would you bring him to church? I might need some more help with my sermon Sunday.
Yes, sir.
Come in.
The prisoner you wish to see is here, sir.
Then send him in. I suppose you know that by tomorrow morning you'll be tried by a military tribunal and most likely sentenced to be hanged.
Yes, sir.
I also suppose you know why.
I understand it was for killing an Indian?
Not just an Indian. This particular Indian was a chief, traveling here at my express invitation to attend a treaty council. Instead of a treaty, I now have every Indian in the Ohio Valley threatening a war.
Yes, I know.
Then why did you do it? Confound it, I don't understand you. You're a free man. You own a plantation which you won't bother to work. You have an excellent record as a soldier in the Continental Army. And you stand here before me now branded as a common murderer.
General, what makes you think I killed him?
It's common knowledge. You're an Indian hater.
I could name you several others.
Is this your knife?
General, you know it's mine. There's not another one like it on the frontier.
Well, this is the knife that killed the Indian. What do you have to say to that?
I don't suppose you'd believe me if I told you it was stolen from me a few weeks ago.
If that's true, you'll have a chance to tell it to the court.
You think they'll believe me?
I'll tell you truthfully, I doubt it. But beyond seeing that you're fairly tried, I can't be of any help to you.
Yes, sir. General...
What is it now?
You say there are a lot of Indians looking for my scalp? Well, give me my knife back and a tomahawk and turn me loose. I'd rather take my chances burning at the stake than dangling at the end of a rope.
You know that's impossible.
Yes, I suppose it is. But I just thought I'd save us both a lot of trouble. Good day, sir.
Guard!
Yes, sir?
Take this man back to his cell.
Yes, sir.
With all the threats the Indians have been making, I think they'd have sentries posted.
Them Indians ain't gonna bother us as long as we got you. All they want is to see that you get hung. They'll be here to see that.
Soldier, when they get here, would you give them my regrets and tell them that I'm sorry I have to disappoint them?
green commodore was Daniel Boone. From a coonskin cap on the top of old Dan to the heel of his rawhide shoe, the rippenest, roaringest, fightingest man the frontier ever knew. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, and he fought for America to make all Americans free. What a Boone, what a doer, what a green commodore was he.
It's ever gonna stop raining?
It always has.
Well, might as well close up for the night for all the business I'm gonna get. There ain't no sense in burning up good firewood.
It's a little early for that. It's barely dark.
Well, it don't make no difference. Man would be a fool to come out in weather like this.
That's the category you're going to put me in.
Mm-hmm. Becky sends you out on an errand. You can't very well say no. Besides, it wasn't raining like this when you first come in, so reckon that excuses you. But you are going to be wet to the skin by the time you get back to Daniel.
Well, that's why I came in here, to wait until it let up. But if you're going to throw me out, I suppose.
Well, that just depends, Mingo, on how much money you spent with me. See, now, there was a hot rum and hot food and...
Customers, Cincinnatus.
Well, there's something I can do for you, gentlemen.
You can give me a mug of hot rum and don't put in too much water.
I'll take some of the same.
You sure picked a good night for it.
It must be something very important that brings you gentlemen out in this kind of weather.
Chasing a prisoner. Escaped 4 days ago from Fort Washington. Headed this way, last report we had.
And they only sent 2 men after him. That doesn't make him sound very important.
Oh, he's important. And there is more than 2 of us. We just got sent up here on a scout. Fact is, there's 2 full companies out in the field.
2 full companies just to catch 1 man?
And General Harmer himself. The general's setting up headquarters over on the Licking River. He don't aim to let him get away a second time.
He ain't gonna get away. Not if I get him in my sights again.
That sounds as though you plan on killing him.
Well, now, that's our orders. Shoot on sight. But it's more than likely he's already dead.
What makes you say that?
Well, in the first place, he's handcuffed. And every Indian in the territory is hunting for his scalp. On top of that, there's a price on him. $500. More than likely, every settler in Kentucky's out hunting him. He won't be too hard to find, being a Negro.
A Negro? Runaway slave?
No, that's the funny part. He's an educated man. Free, a property owner. Name of Kendall.
That wouldn't be Birch Kendall.
That's the one.
What's he wanted for?
Murder.
Kendall. Birch Kendall. I'm just trying to figure where I heard that name before. Say, ain't he a friend of Daniel's, Mingo?
Yes. I believe Daniel soldiered with him for a while. Now, whom did he kill?
Killed himself an Indian chief coming in to talk a treaty with the general. If he's not caught, there's going to be 7 Indian nations threatening to go to war.
Cincinnatus, I think I'll be moving on.
Well, the rain ain't let up none yet.
No, I've been wet before.
This Daniel you and that Indian mentioned, what's his last name?
Boone, Daniel Boone. This settlement was named after him.
If this Kendall is a friend of his, it could be that he might go to Boone for help.
Wouldn't do him any good if he did.
How can you be so sure of that?
Well, I know Daniel Boone, and I'm here to tell you right now, there ain't a more law-abiding citizen in the whole Kentucky Territory. Now, he ain't the type to go around helping no murderer.
Well, now, if he's smart, he won't. The general wouldn't take real kindly to somebody interfering.
Where's he live?
Where's who live? General Harmer?
This Boone fellow, the one we're talking about.
Him? Well, he lives just outside the settlement.
How far outside?
How far? Well, not too far. And not too close, come to think about it. Just all depends on how you look at it. Why?
I think when this rain lets up, we might ride out to see him. I'd like to ask him a few questions.
Just gonna be wasting your time.
We got a lot of it. You just set out that jug of rum and get some hot food on the table, we'll be on our way.
And it's gonna take some time to fix the food. The storm being what it is, I wasn't expecting no customers.
Well, while it's cooking, you might see to it our horses get some grain. They've been traveling hard all day, too.
We'll do just that.
I hate to be the bearer of bad tidings, but I thought you ought to know.
I'm glad you told me, Mingo. Somebody's got to try to stop this thing before it gets started.
Dan, I don't usually protest your judgment, but to set out in the middle of the night and in this storm, can't it wait until morning or at least until the rain's over?
I'm afraid it can, Becky. I may be too late already.
Too late for what?
To keep Birch from being shot, or even worse, to keep him from getting clean away.
Well, if 2 companies of the Continental Army couldn't find him, what makes you think you can?
I know where to look. I'm going to need some salt pork and some cornmeal and a little of that jerky if there's any left.
Mingo, can't you talk some sense into him?
Don't waste your breath.
I wasn't going to.
I'll get the supplies you need, Dan.
Daniel, what do you hope to accomplish?
Well, I hope to stop an Indian war, maybe save a man's life in the bargain.
Or help in hanging him?
If he's guilty. At least I can see that he gets a trial.
He had that chance before he ran away.
Sometimes a man gets desperate, goes off half-cocked. Just because he ran doesn't mean he's guilty.
I'll grant you that, but since he escaped once, he may object to going back.
Well, I expect he'll need a little persuasion.
If I were in his shoes, I'm not sure that I would consider you doing me a favor.
You were in his shoes once, and they didn't hang you. If I hadn't gone after you, you'd still be running.
Well, I can't argue that point with you. Maybe I can return the favor.
By doing what?
By going with you. They say there's safety in numbers.
Well, thank you, Mingo. I'd rather you'd stay here. If there's Indian trouble, I'd like to know that Israel and Rebecca are at the fort.
Here's the food you wanted, Dan. Will you be gone long?
It's hard to say. Now, you tell Israel. Answer it, Becky. If anybody should ask, I've already gone.
Cincinnatus! Come on in. What are you doing out in the storm?
Daniel, you looks like you're planning on leaving.
I had it in mind.
Well, you just get it out of your mind because you ain't going.
Why not?
Well, them 2 soldiers. They're real suspicious of you. And likely as not to come out here to talk to you just as soon as this rain lets up.
Well, it's too bad they'll make the trip for nothing.
But you can't do it, Daniel. Leastwise, not until morning. They'll be gone by then. But if you ain't here when they get here, they'll say you're aiding and abetting a criminal.
Well, now, what are they going to say when they find out you came all the way out here to warn me?
They think I'm out tending to their horses.
Well, you better get on back before they think different.
You mean you ain't gonna change your mind?
Nope, we've been over that already. Now, you get on back before you get all wound up along with me.
Well, if you ain't the stubbornest man I ever did meet in my entire life.
Suppose it wouldn't do any good to ask you again.
Well, the sooner I get out of here, the better.
Can I ask where you're going?
If you don't know, then you won't have to lie when someone asks you. You take care of Israel.
Daniel, where are you going?
Well, if you were on the run, Mingo, where would you head for?
I would probably head for Murdoch's down in the bottoms. I don't envy you your trip.
long you planning on staying this time, Birch?
Oh, just long enough to get a drink and a good night's sleep.
Look like you could use it.
And some hot food, Murdoch. I've been living like a bear these past couple of days, just on roots and grubs and berries.
I'll get the food.
You've been running that long, Birch. What do they want you for?
For stealing a pair of handcuffs. Coot, will you be careful with that hammer?
You want these irons off, don't you?
I want the irons off, but I want to keep the arm. I still got a good ways to travel.
You're not in any shape to travel, Birch.
I will be by tomorrow.
Who's gonna find you back here? There ain't too many people knows their way back through these swamps.
You know one is too many.
Well, I guess you know what you're doing. Hey, you're a free man, Birch. I couldn't ask for a better job.
Now, when the man gets here, will you give him these with my compliments? And if you gentlemen would like to join me at the bar...
That'll be a pleasure.
Murdoch.
Yeah. Too bad you can't stay on a spell, Birch. While we're planning a rendezvous before we set out winter trapping down on the Tennessee. 20, 30, maybe more of the boys will be here any day now. She's gonna be a real jamboree.
Is Hayes Fuller gonna be here?
Oh, I don't rightly know. I expect so. He ain't missed one in 10 years that I know of. What do you want Hayes for?
Oh, just a personal matter. He's got something that belongs to me.
Well, if you ain't got no place to stay, I got a back room here. You're welcome to it.
Well, it's very thoughtful of you, Murdoch. I'll keep that in mind, because I just may want to stay and talk to Hayes.
I'd advise against it, Birch.
Friend Boone! Why, I haven't seen you since the Battle of Point Pleasant.
Been a long time.
Too long. Landlord, another drink. Tad Parsons, Seymour Coots, Daniel Boone. And Mr. Murdoch, the proprietor of this elegant saloon.
Murdoch?
To the renewal of an old acquaintanceship.
I see you got the handcuffs off.
Yes. I had a little help. But what brings you down here to the bottoms, Boone? These aren't your ordinary stamping grounds.
I came looking for you.
Now, that's interesting.
Along with 2 companies of soldiers. Or maybe you knew that, too.
No, I didn't know that.
2 companies of soldiers? Birch, what you went and done?
He's wanted for killing an Indian.
I've known some other people done the same thing. Except they didn't have the army chasing them.
Well, this time the army calls it murder. And another thing maybe you don't know. There's a $500 bounty on your scalp. General Harmer wants you real bad to come looking for you personally.
The general?
He set up field headquarters on the Licking River.
I knew the general would be a little upset because I took off that way. I never thought he'd try and hunt me down himself.
It may take them a while to find their way through the swamps, but they'll be here.
Looks like I'll have to miss that rendezvous. Thanks for the warning, Boone. Murdoch, will you fix me up some food? I'll need a rifle, ammunition, a knife, and a flint and steel. Always wondered what the land looked like west of the Mississippi.
Don't bother, Murdoch. I didn't come to warn you, Birch. I came to take you back.
Take me back? Now, that's friendship for you.
Maybe the only way to save your life. Answer one question for me. Did you kill that Indian?
The answer's no. But my knife was found in his back. And with my reputation, who'd believe me?
How did that knife get there?
I went trapping with a man named Hayes Fuller last winter. We had a good catch. When they sold it, we had a few drinks by way of celebration. When I woke up, Hayes was gone, and so was everything I owned, including the knife.
So that's why you want to see Hayes.
Can you think of a better reason?
If you didn't do it, come on back and stand trial.
If you try to run, somebody will wind up shooting you in the back.
I'll take that gamble.
You'd never make it, Birch.
I made it this far.
The word wasn't out on you until 2 days ago. News like that travels fast.
You're wasting your breath, Boone. I'm not going back.
I think you will.
Do you realize it's my life you're playing with? Not Coots or Parsons or Murdoch's or yours, but mine. Belongs to me. And I'll lose it or live it any way I choose.
That's the whole trouble. It's not just yours. Unless you come back and stand trial, every tribe west of the mountains will go on the warpath.
The answer is no.
You're coming back with me, one way or another.
Friend, you got a nerve thinking you can walk into the bottom single-handed and walk out with a prisoner if you don't want to go.
If I figured I needed help, I'd have brought some.
You're a big talk Indian wars and lives being lost. I reckon you're not as interested in that as you are in that bounty.
I'm gonna do you a favor, Coot. I'm gonna forget you said that.
Turning a man in for killing an Indian. I've heard about you, Boone, being real partial to the Redskins. Even got one as your best friend. Well, mister, I can't stand Indian lovers.
Boone's after whipping both. Ain't you gonna help them?
Why should I?
They're fighting for you, ain't they?
I fight my own fights. I didn't start this one. Why should I finish it? Give me another drink.
Get it for yourself.
All right, come on.
All right, you lift us, Boone. Ain't that enough?
Not near. Are you ready?
Boone, I told you already I wasn't coming with you.
That's doing it the hard way.
That seems to be the way I always go.
You don't have to worry about me. I'm not going to interfere again.
You still think you're not going with me, Birch?
If I'd have had one day's rest, I don't think you could have done this to me.
That's one thing you're not going to find out, because I'm not going to give you another chance. Now let's get started.
Am I to understand that Boone came to your tavern to warn Kendall?
It's the truth, General. There wasn't anything I could do about it right then, but I came to you as fast as I could after they left.
Well, that confirms the information I'd already received. Guard?
Yes, sir.
I've just received news that Kendall may be traveling east on the north bank of the Ohio in the company of a man named Boone. Have Captain Fields ready his men for immediate patrol and then report to me.
Yes, sir.
Oh, one more thing. Have him dispatch couriers to all the settlements, informing them that I've put a price on Boone's head, too. The same as Kendall's.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your information, Mr. Murdoch. That'll be all.
About that bounty general. Now, if your men should capture them, you won't forget me, will you?
I never forget an informer. If the Army captures them, you'll get your money.
Becky still ain't had no word from Daniel yet, huh?
No, but then it's a little early to expect any news. Daniel left only 2 days ago.
Just time enough to get himself killed. Likely the whole army's out looking for him now.
Why should they be? A man has a right to take a trip if he feels like it.
Well, not the way he done it. You know, Mingo, I got a feeling. Oh, now you don't have to tell me. Hot rum, hot food, and I'll tend to your horse.
You got a real good memory, landlord.
Well, running a business like this, you gotta, you know. Man likes to be remembered, makes him feel important. Yes, sir. Well, seeing as how you're still around, reckon you ain't run into that Kendall fella yet, huh?
Thanks to your friend Boone. He got there first and he helped him escape. In spite of all you said about him being a law-abiding citizen.
Daniel Boone done a thing like that? Just never would have thought it of him.
It also doesn't happen to be true.
You calling me a liar?
Oh, no. I'm simply saying that you've been sadly misinformed.
How come you know so much about it?
I was in Boone's cabin the night he left. He's not trying to help Kendall escape. He's trying to convince him to go back and stand trial.
That's not the story I heard. Besides, it don't make any difference now. The general has put a price on Boone's head, too. I reckon neither one of them are going to live too long.
Well, Cincinnatus, have that room ready for Israel and Rebecca. I'll be back with them shortly. Good day.
Well, get it ready for him.
What was that all about?
Oh, nothing. He just come in to do a favor for a neighbor.
That's the fourth patrol we've seen today. I figured it'd be looking north of the river and this far to the east.
You still think we'll make it to Fort Washington?
Nope, but that's not where we're going. The Licking River's not too far away. As soon as I find a place to hide you, I aim to pay a little call on General Harmon. I figure it'll be easier to bring him to you than the other way around.
Too bad you couldn't have gotten here sooner, Hayes. Kendall was here looking for you.
How long ago was that?
Oh, I don't know. 2, 3 days ago. I don't recollect exactly.
You know where I can find him now?
Last time I saw Birch Kendall, he was headed west. Said he wanted to see what the land on the other side of the Mississippi looked like.
Was he traveling alone?
No. He was traveling with a fellow named Boone. Daniel Boone.
That fits in with what I heard.
Now, before you ask, I'll tell you, I don't sell liquor to an Indian.
Yes, well, there are those that consider that a sound policy. However, that's not the purpose of my visit.
What do you want from me?
I'm looking for some information.
Concerning what?
Concerning a man named Kendall. Birch Kendall.
Never heard of him.
That's strange. I was sure that I heard his name mentioned as I was coming in.
You made a mistake. I told you I'd never heard of him.
Well, perhaps you've seen him.
I see a lot of people passing through.
Yes, but not too many Negroes.
For an Indian, you ask an awful lot of questions.
For a tavern keeper, you don't have many answers. Good day, gentlemen.
leaving in sort of a hurry, ain't you, Hayes?
You know, that one's just walked out of here?
Oh, some breed they pass through from time to time.
That was Boone's engine. Could be he knows a lot more about where Kendall is than you did. Or at least more than you're telling me. So long, Murdoch.
Yeah.
It looks peaceful enough. A man can't take too much for granted. I don't like doing this, but I've got to make sure there's nobody out there waiting for us in those trees.
Well, thank you, Boone. You fixed me now so I can't run and I can't fight.
Well, you ran once before with the handcuffs on.
Suppose somebody found me while you were gone, or somebody jumped you before you got back.
Well, we'll just have to gamble on that. Besides, that won't be too far away.
Well, let me ask you another question. What would happen if I gave you my word I wouldn't try to run away?
I'd take your word, Birch.
Well, you've got it. Just untie me. A man likes to feel he can defend himself.
I'll do that, too.
Oh, it feels good to be free again. You know what you've just done, Boone? You've given me that other chance.
You haven't had that day's rest yet.
You might be surprised what a good night's sleep will do for a man.
I might be.
What made you take the chance and cut me loose?
Because I figured you wouldn't go back on your word.
Well, you're right. I can't. I thought I could, but I can't. It's one thing I've never done. It's too late to try and change that now.
Now, that's good, because I wasn't looking forward to having to fight you again. You wait here.
All right, I'll wait. Long enough, I was beginning to think you weren't coming back.
Made a full circle. There's nobody out there.
Well, it is kind of late for anybody to be out on the prowl.
Well, now we can have some food and get a good night's rest. It's getting nice and brown. What made you an Indian hater?
They killed my family. Judge Kendall and his sons.
Your family?
Seems like an odd statement to you. My family died when I was a child. Judge Kendall took me in, raised me as his own, with his own. We ate together, slept together, played together, went to school together. When the time came, I went to war with them. They were family, or at least the only one I've ever known.
How'd they die, Birch?
Well, I was out hunting. It was a hard winter. Game was scarce. Some Indians came, begged for food. Judge Kendall, the judge was a generous, kindly man. He gave them food, gave them clothes. In return, they killed him. They killed him, his sons, and they burned their house to the ground. Sometime afterward, I was told that he'd willed the land to me.
Why haven't you ever gone back there?
Back? Back to what? 4 graves. I dug myself. Some moss-covered stones where the manor house once stood.
The land's still there. That doesn't change.
Neither do the memories that go with it. Now, you ask me why I hate Indians. A man has to have a purpose in this life, and they took mine from me. I put another in its place.
I feel sorry for you.
Sorry? I don't need your sympathy. You asked me a question, I answered it. No more need be said about it.
All right, Birch.
You stood guard the last couple of nights. I'll stand watch tonight. You get some sleep. I gave you my word.
Thought maybe you might need this. That's enough, Birch. Get up from there.
He's an Indian.
I said get up from there. If you make one move to take his scalp, I'll take yours, and that's a promise.
Parsons was right. You are an Indian lover.
No.
Then why are you defending him?
Like your Kendall family. Mingo's family to me.
Well, I didn't know. He's not badly hurt. Come on now. Help you get him over to the fire.
So that's the story. I came to warn you in case you might decide to stop by some settlement to get supplies.
Well, if word of that were to get out, I'd have to have a bounty on you, too.
Well, that's possible, but it doesn't alter the fact that you're both fair game for anybody with a gun.
Look, Boone, let me go. You can clear yourself, but not if you're caught with me. They'd believe it if you told them I escaped from you.
No?
Now, don't be a fool. You tried to help me, but there's nothing you can do for me now. There's no point in you getting yourself killed on my account.
Birch, did you kill the Indian?
I told Boone already. A man named Hayes Fuller killed him, but he did it with my knife.
Why? Why did he do it?
Oh, he'd stolen from me. And I guess he thought that if he kept me on the run, I wouldn't be able to look for him.
Look where?
Oh, anywhere he could buy a drink, I suppose. That's if he had any money left. I meant to wait for him in the bottom. I heard he was going to show up there for a winter rendezvous.
This Hayes Fuller, what does he look like?
Oh, he's an ordinary-looking man. Dark hair.
Knife scar on the right cheek?
Yes, now that you mention it. Why?
Hayes Fuller has been trailing me since yesterday. Ever since he heard me mention your name at Murdoch's Tavern.
That sounds like Hayes. You get a bounty put on me, then try and collect it for himself.
You mean to say he's been dogging your trail for 2 days and you didn't lose him?
I didn't even try. When somebody's trailing me, I like to know exactly where he is and what he means to do.
Are you sure he didn't follow you up here?
Quite sure. The last time I saw him, he was bedding down. Oh, he'll wait until the morning and then try to pick up the trail again. He won't want to take a chance on losing my trail during the night.
Mingo, you and Birch gather up some more wood. We're going to build a fire up there in those rocks that you can see from here to Kingdom Come. It'd be a shame for Mr. Fuller to lose you in the dark. I don't know about you, Birch, but I feel a little bit like a turkey at a turkey shoot.
Well, you got your friend Mingo out there standing guard, or don't you trust him?
Oh, I trust him. But he has a lot of territory to watch out for. This fella Fuller, is he a good shot?
Oh, good enough. But that's not the way he works. He'd be afraid to wake one of us. But if he thought we were asleep, he'd prefer to use a tomahawk or a knife.
Well, that makes me feel a lot easier. All we have to do now is wait and see if he takes the bait.
He'll take it, all right. He'd knife his father for $1,000. Or a whole lot less. You know, it's a funny thing. All the time I've spent hunting Indians, and now I've got one watching out for me.
Yeah, I reckon it does seem funny, Birch. But you know, you don't call all dogs mad just because one happened to bite you.
Well, maybe you don't. Maybe you don't.
Drop the rifle and the tomahawk. Don't turn around.
Who is it?
It doesn't matter. Just drop it.
I know that voice now. You're Boone's Injun. What do you want me for? I ain't done nothing to you.
Why have you been trailing me?
I didn't mean you no harm. If I did, I could have downed you any time inside the last 2 days. All I figured was that you could lead me to a friend of mine.
You figured right. Now, if you would just start walking toward the fire. Gentlemen, we have a visitor.
Well, what a surprise. My old friend Fuller. Hayes, what are you doing here?
Well, I'm looking for you. I've been looking for you for nigh onto a week now.
I bet you have.
Yes, sir. I'm mighty glad I run across you. I was real worried, thinking someone might have shot you for the bounty.
There's a bounty on my head? Now, what could that be for?
Well, you don't have to play games with me, Birch. I'm your partner. You tell this Indian that, so he'll put the gun aside.
Did you hear what the man said, Mingo? He's my partner. Put the gun away.
Yes, sir. Old Birch and me, we've been friends for a real long spell. Hunted together. Trapped together. Just like brothers. Well, ain't you gonna introduce me to your friends?
Well, now, did I forget my manners again? I did. Boone, Mingo, this is Hayes Fuller. A liar, a thief, and a murderer.
What got into you, Birch? You got no call to name me all them names.
I got some cause. Now, sit down, Hayes. You and me, we're gonna talk.
No. No, it don't seem unwelcome around here. I'll just be going. What's the meaning of this?
You know the meaning of it, Hayes. Now start talking.
Talk about what?
Well, we might start with that Indian you knifed. And why you tried to frame me for his murder.
I don't know what Indian you're talking about.
I'm talking about the Indian you killed with a knife you stole from me.
I swear I didn't do it. Now, I got robbed same time as you did, only I woke up and I took out after him. I never did catch up to him. By the time I got back, you'd already gone.
You're a liar, Hayes.
I don't have to take that off you. You two just gonna stand there and let her beat on me?
I reckon we are. I'm kind of interested in hearing what you've got to say.
All right, Hayes, talk. Tell him about it.
Can't you see he's the one that's lying? I never stole. You can ask anyone. They'll tell you Hayes Fuller's as honest as day is long.
Now, Hayes, tell him the truth.
I already told it. It ain't gonna hang for something you done. I'm gonna cut you for that, mister.
Drop the knife, Fuller.
Stay out of it, Mingo. Knife or no knife, he belongs to me. That's enough. Why'd you stop me? Why didn't you let me kill him?
I was tempted to, but he's no good to either one of us dead. Are you going to talk, or am I going to turn him loose on you again?
All right, I'll talk. Only keep him away from me.
I'm listening.
I killed the Indian, like he said. Only it was self-defense. He was coming at me with a tomahawk. Well, you gotta believe me.
We're not far from the Licking River. If we move fast, we'll be able to get to the general by morning.
Kendall, I suppose you know I can still hold you for assaulting the guard and breaking prison.
Yes, I know, General, but you couldn't hang me for that. If I hadn't run, you'd have me buried 6 feet deep by now.
That's quite possible. As it stands now, it seems that the Army owes you an apology. You too, Mr. Boone. May I say I'm glad that it turned out this way.
Thank you, General.
Before we go, General, you could do me a favor.
Oh, what's that?
You could spread the word that I'm no longer worth shooting. I'd rest a little more easy.
I've already sent out couriers, but you might be cautious for a day or two. Good luck to you.
Well, I don't know how to thank you. I owe you my life.
You don't owe me anything. The way I see it, Mingo saved us both. If it hadn't been for him, some bounty hunter'd be drying both our hides by now.
Well, how do I thank you, Mingo, brother?
But you might begin by shaking hands. And giving me your word not to try to scalp me the next time we meet.
Which way you headed now, Birch? Back to the bottoms?
No, I've been traveling the wrong road for a long while. I think it's almost time I went back home. No, you were right, Boone. The land's still there. It doesn't change. I could start planting. I could build a manor house again. I think that would please the judge.
I expect it would.
Well, I'll say goodbye for now. If you ever come to Pennsylvania, you'll know where to find me.
He said a man has to have a purpose. Looks like he found one for himself again.